Yo, sorry, I was messing with my settings. I'm back now. And look, hey, I'm in high quality now. Oh, you can't see the song. I'm in high quality now, so I'm no longer all blurry and stuff. I know all of you were so concerned about that, but yeah. Some things have changed. Nothing that you need to worry about. Goodbye, whoever was playing there. It was probably Vivaldi. I think that playlist is mostly Vivaldi. Let me open up MuseScore real quick, and I'll show you something. I was doing something. Oh yeah, Discord. I'm wondering if Mr. Lotus is gonna be around so I can bully him. Unfortunately, he might not be. He's so busy being a part of like 10, 100 orchestras. I don't even know how you do that. That sounds so hard. I'm all about being easy. There you go. I attempted to write 12-tone music and it sounded scary. Well, maybe you need to write for less tones, like 5 tones. Never mind, this was pentatonic. Ignore that. Alright, so this is going to be a stream where I need some suggestions. I need some inputs. Not like advice, I need inputs. I need you guys to think about famous chords. Like famous chords in symphonies specifically, and I'll show you what I mean, because I have a very specific kind of thing that I want to, like a very specific kind of reference chart that I want to make. So here, doink, I have a chart. It doesn't have very many things, but it's just a chart of chords and different ways that they've been orchestrated. So all of these chords I pulled from these pieces, and they're sorted in chronological order. So you can see you go from Mozart, Tchaikovsky, and Mahler. And there are different ways of orchestrating the same chord. Now in the originals, they're not all the same chord. I transposed them all to G major so that we have like a least common denominator, you know? And this will just be something that I kind of work on as I keep going on and like music and stuff, but there are different ways that, at least throughout time, and you can see throughout time, more and more people join the orchestra, especially with Mahler. Look how much ink is on this part here. This is the same way of orchestrating the same G major chord. Of course, we're going to listen to it, but let's just listen to what it sounds like. Here we have Mozart, Beethoven, Schumann, Tchaikovsky, Brahms, and Mahler, and there's probably more. I don't want this list to be too long, but I'd like a few more composers on here. It's all the same G major chord. And I like how you can immediately tell which one's Mahler's because it's so dense. But especially these, like this Mozart and Beethoven chord, something about it just kind of feels very classical to me. And that's just kind of like spurred on this like experiment here, because I heard this chord and I'm like, I can immediately just tell that this is a classical like chord. And I was like, but why is that? Why does it sound classical? What makes it sound classical? And then what makes these sound romantic? Like, why do those sound romantic? And why is this one? Why does that one sound classical? And I just want to go through and kind of explain why, and then have like put like a little explanation somewhere, maybe like in the footnotes down here, right? So for these classical chords, Notice like the stripped back instrumentation, right? There's just strings, horns, mostly trumpets or trombones, neither or both really. Bassoons, clarinets, oboes, flutes, and not very many of each. There's one bassoon playing. Clarinets only come later because Beethoven wrote, sorry, in the late classical period, so Mozart didn't write for any clarinet. No, he did. Did he? I know Haydn wrote for clarinet. I don't know if Mozart did, but that was like towards the later half of the classical period. But anyway, yeah, clarinets and blah blah blah. Lots of horns for Beethoven, and especially this like single timpani hit. The single timpani hit's kind of a recurring theme here. This one has like a roll. This one has a single timpani hits. Hello. So something I notice about these chords in particular, notice the string sections. The strings here, it seems in the classical period, the strings, at least the lower strings, and especially in Beethoven, these are all just playing the same notes, right? It's all just G all the way up. Mozart had a little bit of harmony here with the D and B, but for the most part, violas, cellos, basses, they're all playing the same note. As we move on though, you can see here Schumann and definitely Mahler, there is more harmony in the strings. What's going on here? Okay, so I guess I'll just re-explain it. This is a chart of a bunch of ways that different composers have orchestrated chords. They're all playing G major. Sorry. But see how they all sound different. And I want to know why and what I can steal from them. What can I steal? So again, like I was saying, these in the classical period, at least Beethoven and Mozart, which are kind of the figureheads of classical music, but either way, had something got to do with how each of the composers go about organizing each of the notes in these larger chords. Maybe. But like, Beethoven could have easily written like, could have easily like done something like that, right? But he didn't. These are all playing G. They're all playing the same notes. The horns are the ones that are like the winds are the ones that are filling in. The harmony. Man, why am I'm at a loss for words. And the strings are just there kind of to set the tonic. They're there to establish the root of the chord. And the timpani, of course. They're there to establish the root. And then, like, the trumpets also. But, like, then all the horns and woodwinds are the ones that actually fill in the harmony of the chord. Everything else here, it's just very final sounding. That's very Beethoven because he likes his nice heavy sounds, right? So having a like multiple sections just play the single G chord is very much like him. Mozart, of course. I mean, kind of similar here, like I said, this is all just G. He did have some harmony here though. But either way, a little, I guess, less final sounding than Beethoven's, because Beethoven's having a very strong tonic feels very final. Mozart's, of course, because he's Mozart, has more wackiness involved. But then as we go over here, you can see the strings here have a lot more harmony, and this is by Schumann here in his first symphony. The strings have a lot more stuff going on. And of course the, by the way, it seems to kind of vary where the bassoons go, right? Sometimes the bassoon's down here, sometimes the bassoon's all the way up here. Mahler's kind of weird, so we put the bassoons even higher. Yeah. I guess it just depends on what you need. I can also see here that over time the highest of notes go even higher. I guess Brahms is kind of an exception here. There you go. And I guess let's go to this one. Schumann's like, it's not classical, but he's kind of classical. But here in Tchaikovsky, who's definitely not classical. This is from the 1812 overture, so it's kind of different than everything else he wrote, but of course it's still by him, so it's still important. We have like our first like super brassy chord, where most of the harmony, or most of the chord in general, is being played in the brasses. Only Tchaikovsky used the tuba here. Or no, Mahler did too, sorry. I just didn't see that, it was going off the page. Yeah. I didn't know this, but the tuba is a pretty recent invention. Maybe, I don't know why. I feel like composers, especially Beethoven, would have wanted a tuba. I feel like he would have gotten a lot of stuff done with a tuba. Or maybe he did write for them and I'm unaware of it for some reason. There's the first one where we have a rolling timpani. So like the rolling timpani combined with the brass. Both of these sections that have, okay, well they're both by Tchaikovsky. I guess he's just fond of this combination then of timpani and brass. It's a very heavy sound. And the way that the brass is organized is very like close harmony, right? Whereas you'll notice in these string passages, it's a lot of open harmony. Like even throughout the eras, it's a lot of open harmony. So I guess strings just sound better in open harmony. Why would that be though? Why would we prefer, is it just easier for them to play? I kind of doubt that, but I can't really know for sure. I mean, of course it could just be that it sounds better, but I don't know why they don't just write in close harmony. Mahler's a little bit of an exception, but this is still open harmony. There's still a lot of gaps here. End up doing very Requiem, we should do the end chord of the intro. Maybe. I'll look that up in a second. But yeah. And what about the winds? So the horns, or the brass generally is playing close harmony. The strings are generally playing in open harmony, but what the heck is going on over here in the woodies? How would I describe this? The blue Danube, so true. The blue Danube has so many big chords. 1812 overture is kind of an exception though, because it's an overture. Everything else here is a symphony. And here for Brahms, again, open harmony in the strings. Open harmony in the brass too, actually. Very wide chord. And then open harmony in the woodwinds too. In order to cover the full spectrum. I think like he could have written in close harmony here just for lots of instruments playing in close harmony. Maybe that would have been too thick. So I guess having them be spread out more gives a little more air to them. And look at those flutes. Beautiful. And how are these instruments arranged? Here in Tchaikovsky, the clarinets are interestingly going over the oboes. I'm not sure why he did that. And like these flutes here, I don't know if you're going to hear these flutes over everything else. Like there's no way you're hearing flutes over this, alright? That's just not happening. Of course, a real orchestra would probably balance it better than just a computer program, but anyway, there's that. I guess you could say, like, because this chord is so brass heavy, in order for example, the oboe to stand out, it would need to be in its lower register so that it would stand out more, because the oboe gets a more distinct texture in its lower register. Doesn't really explain why the English horn is also playing up here though, I guess, unless it's just to support this guy, and Tchaikovsky apparently is the only one that used the English horn. Sure. The clarinets are also gradually going upwards, I guess. I don't know if that's like because of the clarinet got more technological like advancements, like it could play higher notes, because here Beethoven just uses it pretty low, and then Schumann goes higher, Tchaikovsky goes higher, Mahler goes even higher. Maybe like the sound of the clarinets got more favored over time. That's something. So here in the classical period, low clarinets, or, well, no clarinets, because Mozart didn't have them available. Tchaikovsky also used low clarinets here, I guess. But yeah, for this big wide open chord, lots of open harmony. And then we get to Mahler, who's just a freak because he wrote for so many instruments. Look at that. 4 trumpets. That's crazy. And look at how far apart these trombones are. There's a low trombone here and then high trombones over here. And nothing filling in. There's nothing like here. There's none of that or anything. There's just nothing filling in this gap. Why did he write it? Why did he write it that way? See, there's like 3 octaves here, and then 3 octaves here, and then like there's just a big gap here. Okay, so he had just a bunch of octaves where nothing was happening. Okay, so that's what like 1, 2, 3, and then like 4. Yeah, that's just 3 octaves of bass, of chord. I guess taking something from Beethoven here. And then once we establish like there's no dominant, there's no D playing in the chord, it's just G. And then as we go higher, the harmony suddenly gets very, very thick. Obviously, you can see here violins, trumpets, oboes, clarinets, they're all playing. So I guess like as an experiment, if I were to like fill in this part here, right? He didn't write it for that. Hold on, I'd have to put like a side-by-side comparison. Oh, whoopsies. Just as an experiment, if I did something like that, maybe the big gap was the means of creating a high sounding chords while still retaining a low rumble to it. I guess, but then why would he not do something like what Brahms did, you know, just having that like just big open harmony. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I could not tell the difference. I mean, I guess you could chalk it up to just like making the most of the amount of players he had, and man, he had a lot of players, but he didn't have like an infinite amount of players, right? So maybe, well, no, Mahler would not be afraid to add more players. Well then, and why did he write it like that? Why did he not have any like dominant there? I mean, of course, when we start asking all these why questions, sometimes we get no answers and sometimes there's no answer at all. It's just, I don't know, man, that's just how he was feeling that day, and that's a valid answer. It just, if there was an explanation, I would like to know it, you know? There are also a lot of double notes here. There's a lot of this doubling here. There's D there. These notes here are all doubled with the violins. So yeah, it seems like instead of like having all the instruments cover a big span of notes, many instruments are just playing the same notes. So like, especially these two notes here are being played by like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different instruments. That's interesting. So we have like the big fundamental here, the big fundamental tonic. And then we have the rest of the harmony being very emphasized. So they're both being emphasized at the same time. One of them is just a major third. The other one is the low rumble of the G, and that creates it's a very balanced sounding chord, right? It's very balanced sounding without being too murky, you know, without too many notes kind of jumbling it up, I suppose. That probably was his idea. And then the last one that I wrote down. Of course, I'll probably add more if I need to. Just another example of a romantic chord. Tchaikovsky writing an open-ish harmony. I don't know why the violas are playing over the violins. But sure. He wrote that, which is an open-ish harmony. Very classical. And then he wrote for like a bajillion brass instruments. Horns and trombones doubling. It seems like in both of these chords, Tchaikovsky was very in favor of these brass chords. So maybe it was not just because he wrote an overture that he wrote a lot of brasses. Lots of brass playing here. As opposed to these earlier eras. I guess Beethoven did write a bunch of brass, but you can't... They're like horns, so you can't really hear them that much. Meow. He wrote a pretty low oboe here. D. And then low bassoon here, so this is very... These two together, low bassoon, low oboe. Even though all of these instruments are playing and all of these guys are playing, you're still able to hear that there are woodwinds here, mostly because of the oboes and bassoons. If I were to get rid of them, it loses a bit of its roughness. And again, an actual orchestra would definitely balance that better than this program, but either way. Violas are more mellow and clear in the high range, but the violins are more penetrating than them. Okay. All I heard was G. That's fair, actually. It's definitely due to this, and 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 that. So, you know, there's a lot of G there. That's a good thing. It's kind of like what Beethoven had here. But he had like, see these clarinets and oboes playing the harmony here? Tchaikovsky doesn't really have that. All of the harmony is buried kind of in the middle-ish here. All the harmony is buried in the tenor range, right? Or the alto range, I guess. So are all just kind of sitting there, whereas Beethoven had them up here. But I guess, yeah, this Tchaikovsky chord doesn't have a lot of high end. Neither of the ones I picked have high end, but the Brahms and Mahler ones definitely have high end. None of these chords here have exclusively high end, but oh well. Here, I'm gonna look up Verdi's Requiem, see if I could find a Verdi Requiem, see if I can find that chord. Tonic always rings out if many of the same notes are played. Yeah. We want it to ring out, otherwise it'll be very lopsided. You can have chords ring on the fifth, and that's also kind of fine, but it's not like resolute, you know. And if you have chords that are based on the third, you got to be real careful to make sure it doesn't sound too jumbly. All right. Requiem. Yay. Hold on. Number 1 Requiem. You said like the final chord here. Whoa. Whoa, look at those notes. Wow, they're like little boxes. Do not question the comical amount of tremolos. Bro, that's just romantic composers. They love that's like a hallmark of just romantic composers in general. It's just tremolo. They're so obsessed with tremolo. Like you'll hear it everywhere. Like in the classical period and the Baroque period, there's not a whole lot of there's trill, but not like tremolo. But in the Romantic period, especially since now there are like 500 million string players in the orchestra, there is so much tremolo, and I mean, I don't know if it was just trendy or something. It might have just been trendy just to have a lot of tremolo in your piece. Maybe because romantic composers really like that tense sound or something. Lots and lots. Anyway, let's look at this chord here. And when was the Requiem written? Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. It was written 1874. So that would put it right before here. So I'm going to go here, add 2 measures here. I have a fever and the only prescription is more tremolo. Agnus Dei. I'll look at that, but let's look at the final chord first. Yeah. So what instruments does he have here? Does he have any instruments that oh, that's right. He also has a choir. All right. Looks like I'm adding a choir then. He's probably, I mean, I know it's a choir synthesizer. What? Chorale? Is there no like generic? Seriously? I could do voice. Sure. Great. Cool. What's that? It's like a croaking frog. Sure. Alright, thanks. Oh, now my score is all weird. There you go. Okay, goodness. Oh, why are you all guys weird now? There you go. Okay, right. How does he... Here, let's write here first. We'll have a text. Verdi. Requiem. Is it just called Requiem, or... It is just called Requiem. Yeah. And it was written in 1874. I want to put them in chronological order so we can have like a timeline, you know? So first he has... This is like a C minor chord. I would like a G major chord, but I guess I can just transpose it, because what I'm really interested in is not really what the chord sound... Well, I'm interested in what the chord sounds like, but I'm more interested in how he got like the texture of the chord. So I'll just make it I'll just like bastardize it and turn it into a G major chord. That's a lot of low strings I'm seeing already. Interesting that these guys are playing the same thing. Very rumbly. Very nice. I mean, again, it's a Requiem. Hey, wait a second. No, it is a major chord. Look at that E natural. Wow. Cool. Me. Alright, me. Oh wait. No, this is low, that. I assume these are, yeah. Hold on. Oh, another okay. Is it that I think they're, yeah, they're both playing that, so yeah, whatever, good enough. Is there any timpani here? What is S? Is that, oh, is that the soprano like soloist? Okay, never mind, that makes sense. We have Timp here. Timp is playing a rolled C. How do I do roll? Hold on. Tremolo, donk. We have that, and then we have the what is that? The tibby off. What does that mean? What does that stand for? No, go back to the beginning. That's not helpful. What is that? Also, interestingly, I'm not seeing any yeah, these are all horns. Oh, it's an off-clad and trombone. Oh. So he just added instruments throughout? Because this doesn't say anything about that. I was about to say, like, there's no trumpet or trombone here. It's just horns. Just very classical. Okay, anyway, let's see here. He wrote, hold on, G, E, and G again, and here for, that's trumpet and C, but whatever, close enough. Actually, no, that's not going to be good. We have E, C, and G, like that. And then I believe these are, yeah, horns. So that's, I'll just do that like that. And then we have bassoons here playing that's clarinets playing whoopsies. And A, oboes playing that, flute playing this. Oh no, that's not flute. Two flutes playing that. Okay, that's interesting. And I'm going to transpose this to, oh my gosh, I'm going to transpose it to G major. See, there's like problems here when I transpose it. I'll just listen to it how it is. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the choir is a little distracting. I'm gonna turn it down slightly. I mean, it's Verdi, he's the only one that's using voice here. It's a very low chord, right? Well, when I was writing it, I immediately noticed, like, look here, these guys are playing, it's like a power chord, right? The strings are all playing a big old power chord. Not only here does the violin add any harmony, but it's not even like the violin playing like a high harmony. It's playing just this E, the single E. And even the voices, they're just playing C. Again, it's like going back to here, it's just like a big fundamental notes. Man, I really want to transpose it to G so I can like compare it better to everything, but that sounds fine. That's good. So again, a power chord down here, just a lot of tonic down there, lots of harmony in the brass, so kind of like what we had here. Harmony seems to typically be in the brass, like the majority of the harmony. See how like the majority of the harmony is in here, the majority of the harmony is in here, majority of the harmony is in here. It's not until we get later on that the woodwinds start playing a bigger role in the harmony, because right now all they kind of do is just play a few upper notes, while the brass really takes over and does most of the chord. And same with the strings. Not until we get to here with Brahms and Mahler that we actually get the strings forming a lot of the melody together. Before then, it's just, you know. It's just very fundamental sounding, except this. But that's Schumann, and he's Schumann. But otherwise, mostly just tonic and dominant here. Not until we get later on that strings. And I don't know why that would be. Maybe the sound of strings was just favored later on, like, perhaps. And here the flutes aren't playing very high. Like, this is a very low rumbly chord, right? The addition of a tuba here really made this a lot more bassy. I guess also because of this, but... the tuba really added a lot here to make it sound more rumbly. I don't know if Verdi had access to a tuba. I guess he did write the Aufkleid. Oh, yeah, that's true. What note does it play? Oh, it actually plays this low C here. I didn't even notice that. Oh. So it would have been closer to like that, I guess. I see. Use Cambasso instead. Oh, because he's cool. What is a gurk? What's gurk? Looks like a percussion instrument because it has a single line. What is gurk? Hold on. Page fits. No. Bass drum Goncasa. Ah. No, I'm pretty sure it's gurk. That's what that means. I turna in die illa tremanda. Liberame. Liberame. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So that's another chord that we added to our charts. And now that I have a bunch of chords, I kind of want to just describe these chords just so I can have like a quick reference as to what kind of sound I want. I would describe this Beethoven chord as having a very like regal kind of sound, right? It sounds very royal. It's very grand sounding. It's nothing very thick, but nothing quite too boisterous. But it still is heavy sounding, right? So I'd say this is a very regal kind of sound. So I guess I'll make a note here. I'll call this royal sound. And then Mozart's is a little lighter, but not by much. Probably the addition of the string harmony here makes it a lot softer. And also because not much is happening in the other instruments, so it's mostly the strings that are taking over. And then I guess I would call this a smooth sound. It's very smooth sounding. Because of the strings. This one seems like a kind of like a pipe organ sound. But like bright and like cheerful, right? Because of the high strings. If we didn't have these high strings, it would sound more just like a pipe organ, right? But then now that we add these, it's very cheerful sounding. That's very interesting, actually. If we remove these, it's just like a pipe organ sound. I kind of really like that. Okay. Because like the strings are like filling in the lower parts. They're kind of imitating like the low pipes of the organ instead of, you know, the brass could do that, but maybe they'd be a bit too overbearing and a bit too resonant, so the strings are kind of like damper. I found out my vocal range. It is F2 to C5. What is that? Play the note. Alright, hold on. We'll do voice. Ba, ba, and then C5. Ba. Cool. That's a pretty good range. Probably better than mine. Right. I'll name you a bright sound. Whoops, capitalize. I'll call it like pipe organ. I'll move you down here. Here in Verdi's Requiem, it's a very dense sound, I would say. You see here that a lot of these instruments are now playing. We have 3 bassoons here. Whereas before, the instruments, they were also playing like this kind of dense, but these instruments are now playing in their lower ranges, right? So it sounds thicker because the woodwinds are playing in their lower registers, especially this guy right here. And of course, with the addition of lots and lots of brass. It's dense, but it's not like it's not like Mahler dense, you know? It's like dense, but like with restraints. I'll call you royal and not restrained. What's a better word? Formal, I guess. Formal sound. Have like a space there, line break there. You're more of a like you're definitely a thicker sound, but you're still kind of a royal sound, in my opinion. The addition of the choir kind of offsets that for me. If I get rid of that, it sounds like an organ-ish. True, not as much as this, I would argue, though. This definitely sounds a lot more like an organ. I mean, they're similarly structured. You can see here we have the perfect fifth here, but this one has a lot more brass, which kind of removes that pipe organ sound, in my opinion. Because I mean, of course, pipe organs have an infinite range of sounds, really. They're basically old synthesizers. But I don't know, brass is just super resonant, right? It's not as resonant, or the organ's not as resonant as just simple brass instruments. Oh well. But I'll call you a royal sound too. They're just 2 different ways. They don't have... This one's like... This chord plays when the curtains close and the end appears on screen. That's what that feels like. I'll call you... the end. There's a better way. Maybe like... concluding resolution sound. That seems really dumb. I don't like that. Alright. Quote unquote the end. That's very ominous. Now that we have super high flutes with Brahms, because he's a romantic composer, and of course he has to just do everything romantically. Look at all of those instruments. Look how many more instruments there are now. I mean, Tchaikovsky gets a pass because he wrote an overture, right? But like, this is there's so many things going on here. Look Look at that. These horns are playing. I don't even know if you're... This horn's probably dying. Look how low it's playing. 3 chords. Not 3 chords. 3 octaves of horn. That's so horny. What do I call this sound? It's very open. But even though there are lots of notes playing, because it's like an open harmony sound, it's like lighter, right? I'll call this, say, like a lights and light, or no. I'll call you a open and light sound. Or yeah, that's what I'll call you. And then you here, because you're Mahler and you just have to write for every instrument ever. Mahler probably would have written for for 2 symphonies at once, like 2 orchestras at once if he wanted to. He basically did. Has anyone done that before? Like a symphony for 2 orchestras? Like 2 separate orchestras, but they're like playing together. Like maybe like one side is on one half of the stage, the other side's on the other half of the stage, or like it has to be played on like a football field because there are just too many people. I'm sure someone has written concerto for 2 orchestras. I'm just gonna call this one Mahler. I mean, it just sounds like, I don't know what you want from me, that's just what Mahler sounds like. This one's kind of the same as this one. I mean, they're both by Tchaikovsky, actually, so I guess this is just Tchaikovsky's sound. He has a very... These are actually very similar. This one just has brass and this one has strings. They're very similar. And the strings kind of get buried, but mostly because they're just playing fundamentals. So I'll just copy and paste this. But strings. Wow. Alright. That was a very basic description here of something that I can have. And I'd like to add more to this as I go on and find more cool pieces with stuff like this. We'll just go back over each of these. I particularly like the Beethoven one. I like the Beethoven sound a lot. It's like very simple, but very effective. Like I could just, I heard this chord and just immediately thought Beethoven, you know, like all these other guys, like the Romantic composers. I mean, now that I wrote this out, but before then I couldn't really tell, except for Mahler. You'll probably know that it's Mahler just because it sounds like there are 500 people playing in it. But like the Beethoven one I'm particularly fond of. We have the Verdi one. Tchaikovsky with his very final sounding chords. Brahms is a very light chord, very Brahms. And then Mahler has his chord with 1,000 people playing on it. Very cool. And some key takeaways here from each of these composers is that, again, the strings typically play in open harmony, and they actually almost exclusively play in open harmony. Except for, I guess, here, but like even down here there's like nothing going on. Okay, I stand corrected, never mind, there's a lot going on here. Mahler's the exception, it seems. Everyone else is writing strings in open harmony. The brass is being played in close harmony, except for Brahms's chord, but... And then the woodwinds are playing... They're playing pretty close, except for these guys. And the oboes are playing pretty low, except here. Probably because the oboes are playing lower in their lower-ish range because they have to be heard over all these guys. And so that's probably why they're all playing that. Clarinets are just kind of jumping all over the place though. I mean, they're clarinets. They can be used however. That's the great thing about them. This low flute here though, I don't know if anyone's hearing this flute, alright? I question how much flute is being heard in this chord here. But it's there. I mean, it's gotta play, I suppose. That flute player's gotta get paid. Wowzers. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the piece I was working on, which is this one, where I was doing my chords here. And I guess I'd like to just kind of take some takeaways that I was doing here. See all these chords and the strings now playing close harmony. I wonder if I change these to be in more open harmony instead, and then like not that this is a bad sound, I guess, but I just like to try it again, you know? So I'm going to how many measures is this? 6 measures. Okay. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna have measures here. Insert for selection, 6 measures. Okay, so just gonna do that. I want to try rewriting this, but like have the strings play in open harmony instead. So I'm gonna go ahead and steal this, the chord changes. And just to make it very clear to myself that this is a test, I'm gonna put not even double bar lines. I want thick bar line here. Thick line. This is work in progress. This is just me goofing around, seeing what sounds good, maybe. Wait, what? 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 Ah, I see. You can change what span. Oh. Heavy double bar line, reverse final bar. Who writes? Who? Why do you need this? What is this for? Who is this? What you put the end at the beginning? That doesn't make any sense. I haven't seen the dotted bar line, but I can see use for it. Okay, well I want heavy double bar line. Heavy double bar line. Very cool. Okie dokie. Right, chords. I have this here just so I can write out the chords before I like put them to instruments, so I'm gonna continue doing that because it's very useful. So I'll solo this. I'm actually gonna just copy the bass line from over here, just to, because I'm not changing the bass line. It's just the chords that I'm changing, right? Or how they're voiced, so we'll just do that. Kaboom. So lazy, super epic. Okay, so now I need to reorient myself. We're playing with 3 flats here, which is E flat major. Right? Yes, okay. I was questioning myself there. Hello. Okay, so as we hello? Oh right, because the sound I'm using doesn't have, okay, this is gonna sound really dumb, but I probably have a generic string sound here, right? Just somewhere. Can I do like a viola section? No, that doesn't have any sounds there. Well, who has sounds? I don't want to use the MS Basic ones. Those kind of suck. I want to see if I have any of these, whatchamacallit, extra ones that I could use instead. But it looks like I might not. Dang it. Okay, that doesn't sound very good, but cellos are kind of epic, so whatever. Hello. That sounds really dumb, but I'll put some reverb on it to fix it. Now it will sound awesome. Wait, hold on. Maybe there's a better sound. Maybe there's like a whole section sound. You. You're not even... Oh, there you go. Okay, you're just gonna be like my generic string sounds. And also, why is this so darn loud? Be even quieter, thank you. Okay, so there's a 5 chord, that's a B flat major chord. So as we saw, the chords are usually built like... have lots of octaves here. And I'm going to write all you guys in pianissimo. Actually, no, I'm writing piano. Here they start in, no, they start in pianissimo. Remember this is also a 7th chord, right? But the harmony, as we established, wasn't really in the strings for the most part. Like maybe a 3rd was being played here, so like D here maybe. But then like all of the main harmony was in the brass and the woodwinds. And I don't want the brass to come in yet for this piece in particular. So I'm gonna do it in the woodwinds instead. So I'll do it in... Oh wait, yeah, this is currently... Have you in bassoon and oboe at first. Oh, that doesn't blend very well. Did you adjust it? Yeah, I am adjusted now. Oh, hold on. And look, I'm so much higher quality now. I'm no longer blurry when I switch to this screen. In fact, I can zoom in even more. Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Whoa, so zoomed in. Whoa. See, I'm no longer blurry. I used to be super blurry if I did this, but now it's all fine and awesome. Whoa, 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 teleporting around. Alright, there you go. Kaboom. Okie dokie. Bassoon. You do that. You do that. Shush. And you do that. Why are you playing in second voice? Get out of here, stinky second voice. You don't do that. Clarinets play D. High clarinet also play D. Or not D, sorry, B. It's higher resolution now. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Why are you so loud? Doesn't this pianissimo marker... Oh wait, hold on. There you go. Okay, that's what I thought. I don't really like that high A natural. I much preferred it when it was here, but now you can't really hear it, so try just clarinet instead. 2 clarinets. Have you play F? Have you play F? Oh, whoopsies. And have you play D? I don't really want these higher bits. So yeah, you guys all play super separated out. In fact, I'm going to move this up to F. So B flat, B flat, B flat, F, F. Right. And then A here. I'm gonna get rid of F here. Or no, I'll keep F. A, D, F. feel like there needs to be B here somewhere. Bassoon, play B flats. Try this. Okay. And I guess instead of English horn, we'll have you guys play that. Carmina Burana has great chords. Wow. You'll have to remind me next time. Okay, so my strategy for laying out these chords, I'm just going to explain what I just did. So as we like took away from our last thing, we have all the chords and the strings kind of spread out here, right? And they're all playing either the tonic or the dominance. So this is playing a B flat major chord. So this is only playing B flat or F. Mostly B flat. Might even get rid of this F here. I can't really notice a difference, I'm gonna be honest. I think this needs to be more like clarinets are just kind of quiet, right? So I'm actually gonna bring that back. Or maybe like a horn, just one horn. Ooh. Yeah, I could have like just like a lonely horn here. That might be fun. Playing something different. I don't know if that'd be very balanced because it's the only horn is playing like a non-chord tone. I mean, it's playing the major seventh, but like it's a non-chord tone. So maybe, but I'm a little afraid of doing that, so I'm gonna keep it in the clarinets for now. So yeah, I have these guys, and then the harmony is filled in by these guys. The bassoons are playing a major third, so B flat and D. The clarinets are playing the note that is a minor second, that's the word, minor second away from the bassoons. And just like as a general kind of rule of thumb, of course you don't have to follow it, but as like a rule of thumb, you want instruments of different tone colors to play dissonances, right? Or discords. I think there's a difference between dissonances and discords, and like some people make like a distinction, right? So I'm just gonna say discords because that's what Rimsky-Korsakov says. So discords are played by different instruments or different tone qualities. So the clarinet and the bassoon have very distinct tone qualities, which is why I put the A flats, or not A flats, the A naturals and the B flats in two different tone colors. Instruments of similar tone colors want to play all the consonances or concords. Rest in peace. So we have this guy playing a major third here, and the clarinets are playing a nice sixth here, which is also a concord. And that's how I've structured this chord to make it sound more balanced. And I know this is just a MIDI chord, so it doesn't really sound very sound font chord. I think once we put it on like the actually sampled instruments, or not that this isn't a sample, we put it on the Muse Sounds instruments, it might sound better. But anyway, this is a whatever I wrote here, sharp 4 diminished on first inversion. So, but minor, or no, diminished, sorry. So 4, that would be A natural. That would be A natural, C natural, and E flat. So like I notice here I put these guys super far apart, and maybe I should do the same here. Or I could just have you double this. That is also not a bad idea. And now you guys are playing all the chord tones. So, I'll let you guys double here. This might be a bit weird, but let me try this. No, that doesn't sound any good. This is also concerning. I mean, it is moving from 5 to 4, so I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, but... I guess this could just resolve here. Yeah, that's good. And then... And then we'll have 3 here. That is E flat G minor over D. There's D here, so... like... That's... Okay, I like that, and then I have that. That is a flat over G, A flat major over G chord. So that means I guess G can stay here, and then you go to E. You also go to. I guess you guys are not playing in unison. Could do that maybe. No, I would prefer this. What did I have here? Have you continued playing D, perhaps? I don't like this starting F here. I'll get rid of that. I would much prefer you to start on, like, D. Or maybe just have you not play. Yeah. And then, like, the rest of the chord is filled in by y'all. And of course, it's just an experiment. I'm not sure if I will prefer this over this. But just seeing here so I can have, like, a side-by-side comparison. If I don't like it, then I guess I'll just scrap it. But we have you here, you there. There is F here, so we are giving enough Fs, don't worry. And we'll have A diminished here. So what do these guys move to? We have B going down to A flats, or no, sorry, A natural. I could have you move down here. Could keep the A naturals, I suppose. And I need to fill in this G minor chord here with something. And then you are an A flat major over G chord. I could do that. Lots of G. I'm a huge fan of G. No, I think I got it right here. I think I'll just edit this here. They're nice and quiet here. I'm not sure if I want this high F though. I'll get rid of this high F. That's kind of bothering me. I could have them both play D, I guess. Nope, even worse. Just get rid of that. Why in the world are you in the... Kaboom, eh? Every pianist composer's favorite note was B flat. Because just a great notes. It's right there, right next to the A and the B. And that's it. I don't know. I know pianists are very fond of lots of sharps and flats. Because not because they're easy to read, but because they're easier to play. So like if you practice your scales, then it's really not that hard. If you practice your scales, idiots, even if there are a lot of sharps and flats, you'll find that it's actually really easy. It's like easier to play those notes because they have lots of black keys. And it's not that hard to read. If you practice your scales, idiots, better practice your scales. I'm kind of dubious about this. I don't really like this. Who are you yelling at? People that don't practice their scales. That's who I'm yelling at. Because I know you guys don't. I think I'll do this. No. Do that instead. I am dubious about having all these guys close together like this, though. I kind of want to get rid of this E, but then where would it go? I guess I could get rid of the C instead. Have, like, both of you play E, perhaps? Yes, that feels a lot more natural to me. I feel like I would have this F like up here instead. But that might not sound very good. It sounds better in the lower end. I'm wondering if I should get rid of some of the harmony in the strings so that the horns could show off a bit more, you know? So like for this chord here, that would mean getting rid of here. I'm not gonna get rid of them. I think if I hide them, they won't play. Never mind, they do still play. Here, I can just turn off play for them. It doesn't really show that they're not playing. I guess I'll just hide them to make a note of that. This chord here is a 2 chord, which means it's playing... Here, I'll play this one. I will unplay this one. Because that's a extension. This is a, whatchamacallit, D flat major chord. So get rid of this F here. This is I think it's a 5 chord. Nope, it's a 1 chord. Sure. I will get rid of this G. And then 2 here. That would be F minor. So get rid of this A here. And I guess also this one because they're tying over. And then this is a 5 chord, so B flat major. Get rid of this D. So I want to see what it sounds like if I get rid of these, like... I'll keep the violin line, but I want to see what it sounds like if I get rid of the harmony notes in the strings and like leave it more for these guys to fill in. I guess contrabassoon is playing... Wait, no, who's playing F here? Horn is playing F here. I see. As well as clarinets. Okay. So it's a hidden DAC array in there. But I don't know if I think, are you guys playing together? You are. I'm going to get rid of this for now. Here, let's just redo this. And all those like missing notes, I think I'll add in here. I'll have like the horns do most of the heavy lifting here so that their introduction is like a bit sudden. Not too sudden, but like a tiny bit. Here, we'll just redo this part. That's fine. I like redoing chords. It's very fun. It's a nice exercise. Hold on, let me fix my posture. Goodness. Okay. Where is Lotus? He'll be around one of these days. I'll call him. Right, chords. But I'm just gonna copy you and you. No, you and you. And then put you like right here so I can remember you. Okay. Get out of here. Is B flat minor. I could have a super low horn here, which might be cool. Doink. Nice. Favorite keys are C and F, like key signatures. F is a good key. I'm kind of indifferent on C, but F is good. I like F. It's a little difficult for me to play for some reason, even though it's only 1 flat. For some reason, I just can't play the scale very good. I noticed just notice A's here. I'm just adding a little bit of color, but I don't want that. You can play a chord tone instead, like B, and I want something here to provide that extra color. Could be you, I guess. And also, please be quiet. Dynamics. Shush. And also play for longer, please. There you go. Maybe... No. I like that low-ish. And I want that. And then 2 here is F. Again, I'll just have you play for both measures. I guess I'll move you to A natural. And then it's like a 7th chord, right? No one here is playing the C. I guess this is where... Hold on. I could have you, 4th horn, play that. Have the... Oh, whoopsies. Have the 2nd horn fill in this C here. I guess. It should be more like this. Yeah. Because these are horns 1 and 3 and these are horns 2 and 4. And you want alternating horns to play your chords, I think. Right? Wait. Yes. Okay. I can't remember why that convention is in place. Probably because of the way they sit. I always thought they just kind of sat together, so I don't know why it just makes a huge difference. Like, but whatever. Right. D flat, major. This program is called MuseScore 4, and it's also free. Very cool. You can pay for different kind of sound packs if you want, but MuseScore already comes with its own sound packs, so you don't need to get anything. Like these string sounds, for example, are all like free sounds, and they're great sounds. Ish. For this they are. For other things, or maybe not so much, but still. Okay, right. Chord. Hello. Hold on. So like now that this see how the strings are playing a more hollow chord now? And I would like these guys to fill in. I guess you can't really hear it because these guys are playing quiet right now. Louder. And you guys play for 3 beats. And then, oh, whoopsies. And you move to a 2 chord here, which is this. And I think this chord plays for 4 beats. Yeah. So we have kind of a weirdness going on here. And unlike someone whose name starts with Luto, would put lots of key signature changes here for this, but I'm normal, so I just put normal stuff. What style are you going for? I don't know. I don't know if about style, but here I want something very heavy, but not sad. You know? Something heavy but not sad. How to use power chords in classical music. Well, we had a whole thing about that too. The power chords, that Beethoven was so fond of, apparently. He loved power chords. I don't know about this there. And also these guys need to be quiet, so I'll have piano batter, pianissimo. Yeah. And then you go back here. Hey, whoa. Shush. Batter. So, like, listen again. The strings are playing power chords. And then the harmony is filled in by the horns. Okay, that's good. It might not be horns. I'll switch it maybe to like clarinets or something. But, you know, horns are a safe bet. A safe bet because they're horns and they're very cool. Move up to F. Bow. And then you are B flat major. The bass moves up, so the chords should move down. Oh, whoopsies. No, you're all wrong. Stop being tied. Stop it. Didn't know Beethoven did that. Well, yeah, because he's Beethoven. So, that's just what he does. Writes lots of power chords. And I guess I'll have first horn here. That's really ugly. Was this better? Or is this better? I'm just gonna do that. That's probably fine. I mean, it looks uglier. I think this is just kind of clunky. This is less clunky, it's just ugly. But it's not clunky, you know? It's not elegant either, but this is just weird. Okay. And I did have this rest here on purpose. Oh, you're not decrescendoing. You're not decrescending, eh? There you go. Play pianissimo, please. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, gang, it really doesn't sound like you're getting any quieter. Unless that is your pianissimo, then... okay, then. What if you all had mutes? You wouldn't be able to hear it on Dvorak. I don't know, because I don't listen to his music. Sad. I could have the bassoon go all the way down here. But I don't really like that. Oh, my voice went cracky. It feels a lot more natural to have the bass lift upwards. I don't like that it's so heavy sounding, just not yet. It can sound heavy sounding later over here. But here it has to sound nice. I just ignore that this is two clarinets playing 4 different notes. Just ignore that. I just want to hear what it sounds like. And play forte instead because you're clarinets and you're quiet. Dynamics. better. And I guess try it back on horns. See, I don't really want the horn to do that. I want them to be nice and restrained for now. What's up, Luto Chicken? I wasn't making fun of you earlier or anything, so don't worry about that. I think here, kind of want to put one of these notes in the trombone, like maybe the second voice that I have here. I might put in trombone, just to have some variance here. We'll have okay, that looks kind of weird. Hold on. No, wrong. Don't do that. Oh, there's so many rests there. There you go. And then do that, and do that, and do that, and do that. So like this edition of the trombone isn't really like for much. It's just to have some breakup of the horns. Okay. What does the Muse trombone sound like here? Just messing with different patches now. Try trombone. It's very quiet. It sounds like a weak bassoon, which I don't like. I'm going to revert back to this here. Not enough time sig changes though. I think you're just too freaky. I like this trombone solo. I'm gonna cut off the ending for you there so you can feel terrible. What I want to do now is again alter these chords so that maybe, because I'm thinking here, because we first had the harmony and the strings mostly, and then we kind of got rid of the harmony here, and I guess I'm gonna do that. I might as well just get rid of these notes here. And then what are these guys gonna play? I mean, I guess I can play the same notes, I suppose. That's fine. There you go. Of horn and some woodwind instrument. I did consider it for horn, but I just think trombone is a bit more grand sounding. I'm going to remove this. And maybe the harmony can shift more towards the woodwind guys. Because now that the brass is playing the melody, we should have different instruments playing over them. Okay, anyway, look at that low E. Not sure if I even want that. I employed the contrabassoon here, but it sounds kind of goofy. Oh wait, hold on. It's not even playing at pianissimo. Let me change that. But it still sounds goofy. Not on these higher parts, but that note's kind of weird. I could do tuba. Tuba might... the tuba would have to be really quiet though, so I'm not sure. I'll just keep this guy here. Not the ones in Tchaikovsky's 6-second movements. Maybe. I don't listen to a lot of symphonies, I'm just going to admit that. And perhaps I could do the same thing I had here where I kind of eliminated the harmony in the strings in favor of harmony in the woodwinds instead. So I think I'll do that. And the harmony in the strings could return here maybe when I have this going on. But I'm not going to play that yet because screw you. So let's see what's going on here. So this is a 1 chord. I'm going to remove this G here. We'll just have you play in unison again, which is it like, oh, well, right, uni. Or you play E. Wait, no, keyboard, you are letting me- I just wanted to select these 2 notes and then tie them. Thank you. Actually, no, I don't want to tie them, I changed my mind. This is like a new 1 chord, so I want there to be another bowing. Do I want there to be this here? I'd rather it be in a woodwind instruments. Or something else. Oboe, save me! That'll just go there for now, temporarily. But now the... Ooh. You're supposed to be a C minor chord. Wait. No. G minor chord. But I kept these E's here. I'm gonna move you down to D. I'm gonna move you down to D. I'm going to keep you at B flats. And I'm actually just gonna get rid of you guys for now. You can stay though, because you're cool, Mr. Oboe. I'll put you in English one actually, because you're more cool. I want the strings to be a bit more sparse, so I feel like having too much stuff in the strings is going to make it a bit too dense. And then like there's like this really dense part in the strings and then like this super thin part in the trombone, and I think that's just going to sound really weird. So I'm gonna have you're playing a F major over C chord, so just get rid of that, put you in first voice, get rid of this rest here. Blow writing fugues, never finished one though. That's actually so fair. I've never finished writing a fugue either because I wasn't very good at it. Whoopsies. And then this goes to F minor. It's just the same chord, so I'll do that. Hold that notes. You guys are strings. Your masters will hold the notes. And this is a minor 5 chord. Hey, wait a second. Do that. You do this. Good. And I'm not sure if I want to have brass play over this, but it'll probably be okay. Okay, so this is a 6 chord. That would make it a C major chord. Get rid of this here. Although this is kind of weird, I will admit. Whoopsies. I guess technically this is the correct way, but that's kind of weird. You move down to G. And then this is an augmented chord on this. I'm going to remove this tie. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to make you G sharp instead of A flat. Don't come at me with their enharmonic because they are, but shush. There you go. And then this here is a nice normal 2 chord. Just hold that note. You also hold this note. Goodness, lots of notes being held today. And then this is a D diminished chord, so... Wait a second. This is again D diminished, so D. You could probably, oh whoopsies. No, select my notes please. Goodness, why are you the worst? Play A please. And then this is back to 1. This voice leading is kind of off. I mean, it's off because I'm purposefully avoiding certain kinds of chords, but sounds fine. And then we have here another F major chord. That's kind of a problem. Oh, you guys are playing the same thing, but whatever. Uh-huh. Something tells me this shouldn't be a violin part. Uh-huh. And then... nice like power chords in the strings is what I want. I probably shouldn't have that. That seems really weird, but let's try that. Or... yeah, let's have you move to F instead. That's less offensive, I think. And this is 5. Why are these guys crossing? What are you doing? You guys are playing the same notes. Why are you crossing? What was I thinking? Okay. Oh, whoopsies. This is a 1. This is an E flat major chord over D, I think. So, excuse me. I want D in the bass here. Should E flat even be here? I get rid of E flat here. I'll have a D. I'll have A, E, G, B flat, or E flat, G, B flat, D. I'll do that instead. And then this here is... because I think if I have lots of chords in the strings, it's going to sound a lot like film music, and that's not really what I'm going for. So this 4 chord here is an A flat major chord, at least in theory it'll be once I do it right. Alright, cool. And then, now time to fill in the chords with other instruments. Now, originally I had the horns do it. I might have the horns come back for these swell sections, see where like increases in dynamics here. But I think I'll have the woodwinds play for the remaining sections. What in the world are you? What? System lock? When did I have that? What? Unlock it. Unlock the system! Whatever that even means. What does that mean? Should probably have this be up here though. Ah, you're playing like a melody, but it kind of sucks. Alright, whatever. I'll figure out what to do with you later. Now, I could have some doublings going on here. No, that's what these guys are for. Ah, but maybe. Ah, but that, no, but maybe. Maybe not. I'm a little curious if it'd sound good. Okay, you know what? No, we won't do that. Instead, I'm just gonna have all the fun stuff happen up here. So again, chords, grab, grab, and I'm gonna move them right here. I'm not gonna really actually use the contra bassoon, but that's just like a good bass line because it's a bass instrument. Probably why it's called the bass line. Whoa, so ooh, who gets to play here? And which instruments do I like the most? Well, trombone is playing, so I feel like it should be clarinets and stuff. Kind of peaceful to speed and form. I don't know. I didn't really have a form in mind. I just kind of started going for it. It's short. I think it's like 3-4 minutes. I don't plan it to be super long, so you know. E. How am I gonna do this? Here, we'll have horns. Horns play, because they're horns. And, okay, you don't have to play that low, my horn friend. Do like that. I'm gonna say solo here. Do I say like, I don't really know how this works. Like one solo? And I'll have like 1 and 3. That doesn't feel right at all. I guess I'll just look it up when I actually am finished with it. For now, I'll just use voice markings to differentiate them. I got it going out. Okie dokie. And then C minor. And you're playing the bass line, right? Also, that's not C minor. I keep thinking it's an A flat major. No, it's an E flat major. So this is G minor. So ooh. And then 2 here. I'm checking to see the motion of the bass so I can determine where to move the chords, you know? Okay, that's kind of ugly. I could like, oopsies, do like that, I guess. And maybe I could do... I don't know why I have 3 bassoons here, but might as well, I guess, just use all of them. Why do I have 3 bassoons here? I do not need 3 bassoons right now. That's 4 bassoons total. Get out of here, bassoon 3. What am I even paying you for? And it's just the same chord again, but becomes minor, so... Does the bass move? It does. Since the bass moves... I don't know why I looked. It's literally right here. I'm inclined to move it like by an inversion, but I don't think I have to, so I'm gonna move just the note down. Uh-huh. C major. This should definitely be a 7th chord, I think. And like, yeah, the C is provided by the bass and all the other fancy bits can go right here. And then G moves up to G sharp. I'll move you up to C. You can stay at E flats. Same for you. That's like a power chord. There's not a whole lot of A going on here. I could just kind of retroactively move this down here, but that feels kind of weird. I guess I could do that. Okay, and then D minor, or D diminished, sorry. Diminished. No. No, okay, just keep it like that. Try that. Try this. Oh man, these notes are getting low and lower and lower. The horn's gone or below the bass line. The bass line is higher than the chords right now. Doesn't make any sense. Not on my agenda this morning. Yeah, I got a little busy. Hopefully I should not be so busy in the coming weeks. And tomorrow we have a Terraria stream with what's his name? Like Locust or something, so we'll see. See how we had like you playing the bass, but then like all of a sudden because of this jump here, it's just become really— I could do like that, but that's really dumb. I mean, I could do that I suppose, but that also feels dumb. I could do this, I guess. Try that. Hold on, you need to be marked as P needs to know. I did kind of smack talk the contra bassoon for sounding goofy earlier though. But it should be fine. Okie dokie, and then this feels really weird. Why are the chords just keep going down and down and down, and the bass is relatively unmoving? How did that happen? Is it because of this? It might be because of this. Let me rework the chords over here. Oh wait. There you go. Rondo alla turca. You know, I've thought about it, and well, maybe not the rondo, but I've always felt like the whole sonata would sound really good on a string quartet. I thought that would be epic. I like the first movement especially, the theme and variations. I always thought that would sound pretty good on a string quartet. And I would do it myself, but I'm so lazy, so I haven't. And then here is a diminished chord, so was it part of a sonata? Yes. It's like a sonata in A major. It's very fun and very cool. The Alaturka part is just the famous part. It's the third movement, which is in A minor, even though the sonata is in A major, but it ends in A major, so it's all good again. Mozart orchestration arc. Sonata in C. Wow, so many sonatas. Five is... Oh. Chords go down. Like that? This feels kind of weird, but... Ooh. I like this chord, but I just don't think I wrote it quite right. I think I'm gonna have to fix that. But how? Try... Try this. That doesn't feel right at all. Scared to mess up the good beginning? Or you can't do it any worse than how... No, I'm not gonna name drop that, never mind. It's a good string quartet, but I feel like Mendelssohn kind of ruined it. I think there's just too much dissonance going on in the lower end. It really needs to not do that. So hold on. Mendelssohn, who was that guy again? I can't believe you forgot Mendelssohn. Sad. Everyone kind of forgets Mendelssohn though, he's kind of the forgotten romantic composer. Okay, I'll just have you move up here. Wasn't he the son of Mendel? You know what? You're exactly right. And Wedding Warch, so true. He did write Wedding Warch. That feels a tiny bit better. And then 4 here, nice 4-1 cadence because it's so epic. And then back to 1 here. And I guess you can just continue playing this E here. Take that. Okay. Here's the pop in a stream. Hello. Stream time. Is this muse score? You betcha. The 4th one. Okay, G, E. You guys play the whole notes. You carry on there. Okay, so that's that. The horns all done. So I've made some tweaks. The tweaks that I've made so far is that I've made the strings have less harmony, and then I've given that harmony over to the horns, and then I want some higher end in the woodwinds, which I haven't written yet, but I guess we'll just listen to it. Harmony starts off in the strings, passes off to the horns. Because as I've learned, you could have the woodwinds and the strings kind of playing the harmony together. You could have the brass and the strings play together. But like I think my, I guess, musical method here, I was gonna say like my musical philosophy or something, but that's not quite right. What I've done is, in order to make the harmony and the horns shine, you gotta get rid of some of the harmony in the strings. Otherwise, they'll be kind of competing for each other. They'll be kind of competing to be heard in the harmony, and so, somehow instead of both of the instrument groups kind of blending together to create a nice sound, it just won't be so epic. Won't sound as good. Maybe because horns and strings, I mean, they sound good together, but gotta be a little careful because they're brass and strings, which don't usually play well together. At least that's just my thing. Full modern orchestra-ish, I guess. There are some instruments here I'll probably remove. Probably not going to use trumpet very much. I haven't even used tuba once yet. Oh no. I just add and remove instruments as I need them, so. You're like kind of a melody, so I'll put you right here. Wait. And also I want the swell to be a little bit more apparent. And also I will do something similar here, where I have these guys like, where I boost their volume so that this swell is like very apparent. Gradual introductions, maybe. Instead of having like gradual introductions in this piece, I kind of opted for like, you know, it's just quiet and then it gets louder. I'm not sure how I would achieve like a gradual introduction while still maintaining that like heavy sound throughout, but that'll just require some experimentation, I guess. Whoopsies. Can you decrescendo, please? I guess I could just drag you now since we have that on MuseScore. No, completely not what I wanted. MuseScore? Nope, also completely not what I wanted. I want you to go to the... Thank you. Goodness gravy. Go here. No. Does it look like my mouse pointers over there, MuseScore? You put it on the exact opposite end of the staff. Oh my gosh. Like the new update. I would like it too if it worked. Why are these different? Why? But why? But why? This is like the next part. I'm still very dubious about what instruments to put here, because I... These just don't feel right. But I don't know what to put here instead. I don't know what goes here instead. I could just have like more clarinet. Have it be like purely clarinet choir. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I want here. Like if I did like that. But I kind of like the flute playing those parts, so I don't know. Purple hue shade show crescendo decrescendo volume gradients. No, it just shows position. It shows like every beat. See how it's like alternating here? It shows every beat. It's useful, but it doesn't show like volume gradient or anything. Okay, but before we do that, more chords. We need you guys to do stuff, and you're not doing anything right now. If we want like a modern sound, the clarinets would probably be up high. A classical sound would have the clarinets kind of down low, so... Between the wind and the brass sections, maybe? Sometimes it's darker. Maybe? Hold on, let's try this again. Well, like, look here. It's not like, yeah, it's not doing a gradient. I guess it's just darker to show that, I mean, I'm sure you can tell what it means here. Okay. Oh my gosh. Got class. Alright, see ya then. Right, so let's have, oh, what do I want? How am I going to orchestrate this? First we'll have you do that, just very basic doubling here. And then after this, I think I'll have here, just for now. I'm gonna put you there, and I'm just gonna delete this for now. Bye-bye. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. This clarinet's too low. What? You're playing the complete wrong note. You're supposed to be playing E flat. You're playing E natural. Sure. I mean, I guess it's not the bass clarinet's range, but that's just wrong. It's just actually just straight up the wrong notes. That's crazy. I don't know how a computer played the wrong note. Just a spicy chord? Yeah, maybe. Okay, there's that. Why there's a shift in the woodwinds, you don't get it. Like, why the woodwinds have different, like, I write in concert pitch, but why the woodwinds have different key signatures is because woodwinds, how do I explain this? All the different woodwind instruments, they play the same. They're designed to have the same fingerings as each other. Like, all the different clarinets, all the clarinet family, they're designed to have all the same fingerings for each other. However, because, of course, the sizes of these instruments differ, they're going to play different notes if you just play the same fingerings on them. So in order to compensate for that, we just have different key signatures, and they just play different notes. So even though this is playing a B flat, it's actually playing an A flat, because it just does. I don't know, that's something that still kind of messes with my head right now, and I'm not a wind player or anything. That's like my very naive composer explanation of that, but like the reason is it's to make it easier for the players to switch between instruments, but it makes it more difficult for the rest of us. Oh well. Melodic writing is so majestic. Why, thank you. I'm not sure if I want to have these. Writing concert pitch and musical will translate into clarinetese. So true, bro. It will. It will. Okay, well, what was I doing here? Right, I was debating whether I should have you guys just double what the horns are doing, or maybe if I should just have... Try this, too. We'll have you guys, right? Oh my gosh. I'm putting you on first clarinet real quick. Have a toggle for transpose versus C-score. You mean like concert pitch versus not concert pitch? It's this toggle right here at the bottom, if you can see that, right here. There you go. What is he doing? Right, copying chords. Copy and paste the modern composer way. Kaboom! Hey, wait a minute. Okay, wait, this is cool, but like, shush. There you go. Maybe like that. Or replace. Do that. Why do you crescendo to piano and not mezzo piano? So this is only the winds playing? Using mute sounds, yes. I think I'm gonna do what I did last time and take this second voice and move it over to trombone. Just so, you know, there's some variance in the things, and then I'll copy the dynamics here. So here, pianissimo here, mezzo piano here, pianissimo here, do that. There you go. Add all the hairpins in, and then here I'm going to remove the trombone solo so we can hear the chords on their own. I feel like there's definitely more melodic potential here, but for now, this is what we have. I'm going to, hold on, I'm just thinking here. What chord is this? G minor. Hold this note longer. What chord is this? D. Here, I'm gonna bring this out a bit more by raising each of these dynamic markings here by 1 degree. Hopefully that'll make it easier to hear. This might sound a little dumb, but this trombone feels quiet for a trombone. It might need a helping hand here, but I kind of like the... I mean, I don't kind of like, I really like the isolated instrument sound. I want it to be one instrument, but trombone just isn't doing enough for me. But the trumpet is just too bright. What do you usually listen to? Okay, I'm gonna be super honest. The majority of music I listen to is classic country music. I've been like re-entering my dubstep phase recently that I had as a kid. And if it's not that, I'm probably listening to like Americana rock music. If it's classical music, which to be honest, it kind of rarely is, it's usually Baroque music. Lots of Vivaldi. Vivaldi is my favorite composer. Because his music, it just gets you moving. It's so energetic and so fun. I love his music. Okay, so hello. So I guess I'm kind of dubious about the scale here. It feels kind of shoehorned in. I want these notes to last a bit longer. Have you do that. Okay, could you please play legato? Thank you. Sibelius or something, at least 19th century, maybe. Most of the orchestration that I've done is directly stolen, and I do mean stolen, from the planets. I stole so much of Venus for my last one, and Jupiter. I stole so many tricks from them. And it was very fun because, of course, if you copy the masters, then it'll sound great. Use any plugins? Like traditional like VST or audio unit things? No. Just MuseScore, so it has like its own set of things. But if John Williams can do it, so can you. So true. But John Williams is just kind of blatant, and I don't even blame the man for it. Right? He wrote great music, but it's kind of blatant. But it's cool. But it's kind of blatant. But it's still cool. I feel like mine was a little less blatant, but maybe that just made it a bit less funky. Try this. Better, much better. Something that isn't silly, but silly is awesome. Why would you ever give up being silly? That sounds silly in and of itself. Ooh, I'm kind of dubious about this note. It's super duper high. Look at that. E flat 6. That's so high. What do I do about this? I'm just gonna make the oboe player do it. Is that trombone or French horn? It's the trombone. It's my favorite bony instruments. What's the curve? Like these guys? These are slurs. I'm gonna leave it at that. Try a scherzo. I did write one scherzo, and then I tried to redo it with like using like because we did a stream where we looked at some of the orchestral devices used in the Rite of Spring, and I tried to apply them to like my scherzo piece, and it ended up just being a huge mess because I'm not Stravinsky. So be audible at that range. That's what I'm wondering about. I was thinking about instead using one of these guys. Now I know E-flat clarinetists are going to hate me, but whatever, I hate them too. Stravinsky just built different. That is actually so true. Oh my gosh, shut up! I guess I could, you know, but that's no fun. I feel like it's kind of a cop-out, and since this is playing a melody, I'm just, oh my gosh, delete, 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 delete. No. I'm gonna have you do mezzo forte to forte. Similar to what we have going on in the trombone down here. It's going between mezzo forte and, I don't want it to go between mezzo forte and fortissimo. I think that'll be a bit too brash. It's too brash for the brass. That's why they're called brass, because they're brash. Got him. I mean, it sounds fine. I prefer it in oboe, though. Oboe just has, because the flute has like a, how would I describe it? The flute has kind of like, I'm trying to think of it by way of like analogy. The flute, it sounds like a river of like fresh water, right? But then the oboe is like a river of honey and maple syrup. It's just thicker. It has a thicker sound and a sweeter sound. Whereas the flute has a thinner sound and a more clear sound, right? So that's how I would describe. I don't think that analogy makes a whole lot of sense because those are two very different things, but that's just what I mean. MuseScore didn't say because my PC died, my progress is gone. That's just the average MuseScore experience. It's not very stable. I mean, I guess it's open-ish source and stuff. And it's also free. But also it's unstable. And not that other softwares are much better, but you know. Oh well, that's just what we live in. And I'm actually a huge oboe fan. I really like it in oboe. I know it's kind of quiet, but doesn't it just sound so good? Oh, that's beautiful. You're a little loud though. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. Okay, stop. Okay. And these parts here, these are just like, these are actually just doubling what these guys are playing. Oboe is so challenging to play. Yeah, I'm really not helping that. Look at this. It sounds good. It does sound good, especially the Baroque oboe. The Baroque oboe, it doesn't use like the keys like modern oboes do. It has like recorder holes, um, and the Baroque oboe sounds great. It's like it sounds even better than the modern oboe. It's just that it's really difficult to play, so that's why they're like keys and stuff now. But something about the Baroque oboe and not having any keys and relying just on your fingers to stop the holes, and maybe just because of the construction of it and etc. But it just sounds so much better, so much sweeter. But again, we made the oboe easier to play, but in doing so, we kind of sacrificed some of that sweetness, and that's fine. I think it's an okay compromise, especially because now you have like 3-4 oboes and like a concert band, so they need to be easier to play for more people. But smooth and dark, woody, yeah. The Baroque oboe is made out of wood. I know like the modern oboe is made out of some kind of like black wood or dark wood or something. I don't know what it's called, but like the Baroque oboe, it was made out of, it was probably made out of something else. Here, you guys want to see my very modern operating system? What was it made of? Control F wood. Nope. Baroque oboe developed from the sham. Sure. Baroque's oboe sound is less compact and more plaintive than the modern oboe. Here, that's the word, more plaintive. And it's described as more like the human voice than any other instrument. See, that's what I mean. The Baroque oboe just has this quality. Okay, that's kind of a terrible recording. I can't really tell the difference there. What about this? Nope. Nope, not much better. Hold on. I'm sure the Netherlands Bach Society won't mind if I mix some of their... Did you know if you go to youtube.com/@Bach, like the name Bach, the Netherlands Bach Society has claimed the Bach title. Let's do concerto for violin and oboe. I know they have a Baroque oboe performance here. This one. Okay, let's skip to the adagio part. There's, see how it's like the Baroque oboe has a lighter shade. Oh, it's so damn pretty. Okay, no, I need to stop playing it or else I'll listen to the whole dang thing, but it's so... You can tell it just sounds different, but in a way that's a little difficult to describe. It has a smooth and elegant... Yes, the oboe, kind of, the modern oboe kind of already has that like smooth and elegant kind of sound, but something about the Baroque oboe has an even smoother sound. It's something that's... It has a warmer tone, I guess I would say. It's warmer. It has a bit more bass. And it just sounds awesome. And it sounds so cool. And I wish I had a specific Baroque oboe sound. And I know it'd probably be hell to play, but it just sounds so good. It just sounds so awesome. And I hope you all are enlightened. And also why Baroque music is just objectively better than all the other kinds. Definitely. No, but most performances of Baroque music these days don't use the Baroque oboe. It's just such a shame. They have harpsichords and they have old violins, but they don't use the Baroque oboe because it's a hard instrument, but instead we just have black oboes that are made of like black wood or whatever. And they have keys. Okay, I don't know why I'm able to hear the oboe over a trombone. I didn't want to have to do this, Mr. Trombone, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to play even louder, even Steven louder. I don't even... I know you're playing in your really high range, and I'm kind of pushing you to play high notes in a dynamic that's probably impossible for you to play high notes in. Which, now that I'm saying it out loud, is kind of a crime, and I realize that this is a big problem. Also, oh my gosh, this piece is becoming so loud. Shush. Thank you. Even higher? Alright, you're so right. How are you even playing these notes? Is this supposed to be like a alto trombone or something? Right, man, sure. Hold on, I'm going to temporarily hold on. I'm going to move you to trumpets. I'm gonna move you to horn, and I just want to see what that behavior is. Can we get much higher? But you're gonna have to like shush. Make it high enough, and it might be a good audition piece. How high is why am I asking that? Hold on, don't I have a whole program that tells me that? Let me go to my files real quick. You guys want to see my excellent file system? Whoopsies. PureF. My composition cheat sheet. Oh, do I not have PureF installed? I should. I do. What? Open the thing. Open it. Probably just didn't. There you go. I probably just didn't set the... Hold on. You guys want to see my composition cheat sheet? It's so awesome. I don't know why all composers don't have something like this. It's just a reference chart. I'll do whatever that is later. And here we have the modal interchange chart. Everyone should have a modal interchange chart. Look how glorious and awesome it is. And just, you can feel its power just by looking at it. But then we have all of Rimsky-Korsakov's like instrument ranges charts. So I was gonna go here to see the trombone range. Enlighten me about what that is. Okay, so basically, I'm afraid of using modes. You shouldn't be. You know what? I'm doing a modal interchange thing right now, right? I'm loading in a new score. I'm closing this right now just so my computer doesn't crash. Just so I can kind of demonstrate this. I'll use a treble clef. Let's have what's a cool chord progression? I'll have C major, and then E minor, and D minor. This is terrible voice leading. This is not how voices were meant to be led. And there's a D. That's not right. And then C. And then this is D. Voice leading, who needs it? Me! I need it. I'm gonna mark my chords here. Because it's very important for this modal interchange chart. Alright, so what modal interchange is... Okay, let me just let me just explain some things. This is like my thought process when it comes to making functional harmony. Let me just reiterate, this is functional harmony, all right? So the way I think about harmonies in functional ways, that is how chords relate to each other to create a cycle of tension and release. Of course, if you're writing atonal music or like non-functional harmony, 12-tone harmony, stuff like that, this doesn't really apply to you. I mean, it can, but doesn't really. Subcontra bass flute, when bro, subcontra bass flutes, like you can't even, I don't even know how people play those with their mouths. You need like bagpipes for those things, all right? You need like a foot pedal. You need some kind of bellows to play those. For explanations, you got it. I was meaning to make like tutorials about this stuff, but I'll answer questions on stream if you want. So, and also grand piano is kind of lame, so let's change it to something cool. What do we have? We have a Hammond organ. Ooh, pretty. Let's do that, okay. And actually, I want this to be a bit... I'm just gonna change some of these things here. I'm gonna move this note up. Alright, very, very basic. Okay. So... bass Pokemon sound. So true. Do we have an electric piano sound? Because I was actually thinking about that. I just saw Hammond organ and immediately clicked on it. I should have a electric piano sound. Electric grand? That's not really what I want. FM piano? Sure. Every romance song. Celesta? No, Hammond organ. Let's bring Hammond organ back. Okay. Anyway, I was saying, I think of music in terms of functional harmony. There is a cycle of tension and release. And the way that this tension and release cycle is usually achieved is by a combination of tonic, subdominant, and dominant chords. And I guess because you don't really need to know what that means, all right? Tonic, I'll call like the bass chord. The subdominant, I'll call like the leading chord or like the in-between chord. And then the dominant, I'll call the tension chord. So you start with your bass chord, which is usually 1. It's usually the chord in which your scale is. So like this is C major, so start with C. That seems pretty obvious. Not all chord progressions start like that or even use that. Okay, whatever. Tonic chords, all right? Your bass chords are your 1 chords, your 3 chords, and your 6 chords. One. Okay. So, these chords are your bass chords. These chords are functionally your bass chords. Whoopsies, that's too many I's. 1, 3, 6, and you'll notice that these guys are all in Roman numerals, and I write these under my score. This just means scale degree 1 in Roman numerals is scale degree 1, and it's capitalized, which means it's a major chord. This is Roman numeral 3, which means it's for scale degree 3, which is E, and it's in all lowercase, so it's minor. This is the convention I use, by the way. So we use different conventions, but anyway. And this is a 6th chord as denoted by the Roman numeral, which the 6th note of C is A, and it's in lowercase, so it's A minor. It's Drake's favorite chord. So those are your bass chords, right? And then in order to lead from the bass chords, which are like your, normal chords that are in your home key, in order to start building up tension you need to move the chords to like the tension chord, right? What I call the dominant chord, the tension chords. And your tension chords are not B, 5 and sometimes okay. So these are like your bass chords, right? Just kind of what they're kind of like your home bass chords. These chords here are your like more tense chords, and these chords want to go to these chords, right? 5 goes to 1. You've probably written billions of 5 to 1 progressions in your life, right? In your composing, you've probably just written 5 to 1 anytime you do anything. Why didn't I write what this was? This is a 7 diminished chord. All right. These chords want to lead into these chords. That's just the cycle of harmony. It goes here to here to here to here to here to here. That's functional harmony, just kind of in a super short way. These are the chords that are what that you use for that. And you'll notice in all of these chords, these all have E and these all have D. Nothing really super important about those, just something cool. And the leading chords are the chords that link these two things together. So you could have just, you know, cycling from this to that, to this to that, to this to that, but you can have some in-between chords, and your in-between chords are there are 2 and 4. So you'll notice here when I wrote out this very basic progression, I started it with 2 bass chords, right? So 1 and 3 are 2 bass chords, bass as in B-A-S-E, like the foundational chords. And then I have a tension chord here that I want to move into this bass chord, which is just 1. And of course 5 is a nice tension chord. And I connect the bass chords to the tension chords using like a in-between chord, and for this I just picked 2. And this 2-5 progression here is very, you know, I hesitate to say generic. It's very often used because it just sounds good, right? And that's well and good. This is a good chord progression. It's a fine chord progression. But, what if you wanted a chord progression that sounded maybe just a little bit more colorful? Well, you could, for example, switch out one of these chords for another kind of bass chord. Like I could like do that, right? You could switch out one of the bass chords for another kind of bass chord. That sounds fine, just fine. And maybe, you know, let's have a little more fun. Let's switch out even more of these bass chords here. Let's change out this for that, and maybe change out this for that. And you'll notice that it'll just sound fine every time. It just sounds good. Let's go back to my original progression. See? So this process of switching out chords is at least how I think about functional harmony. And it's how you can get some variation in your chord progressions without doing very much work, to be honest. I use D, A minor, E. What kind of progression is that? I don't know. I think you're just gonna have to name it after yourself. Okay. So notice the method that I use there to get some more interesting colors is to replace chords. This is just the super fancy version of that. Notice here, these are all the chords or different modes. You don't just ignore this right here, all right? You don't need to know what that is. Notice we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As we have here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can take any of these bass chords and replace them with any of these bass chords. You can take any of these tension chords and replace them with any of these tension chords. You can take any of these intermediate chords and replace them with any of these intermediate chords. So, for example, maybe I want something. Maybe I want like a different chord here. Something about this 2-5-1 feels too generic. Let's change up this 2 a little bit. So let's look for a different kind of intermediate leading chord here. So let's choose, I don't know, something like this one from Lydian, which is sharp 4 minor, it's sharp 4 diminished. That's just what it's called. Double click, right, sharp 4 diminished, that's 6. What this means, sharp 4, go to the 4th note, sharpen it, you're going to be writing an F sharp diminished chord. Or maybe you don't like that one. Maybe you want to, I don't know, try a different kind of intermediate chord. Let's try, I don't know, this one right here. Flat 2 diminished. Flat 2 is that. That's a major chord. What did I do wrong? It should be D flat, F flat, and A double flat. Oh wait, no, that's flat 2 major 7. I'm thinking of the wrong, hold on, I'm thinking of the wrong chord. Let's try, please let me edit the chord MuseScore. There you go. This 2 diminished chord I just stole from here. And I don't know, maybe that 5 chord, this 5-1 just feels too dumb. Well, what about we steal, I don't know, this chord right here, which is also one of those tension chords. It's just the 7th chord. It's just a fancy version of that. See how it's a flat 7 minor chord? That minus means minor, by the way, in my chart. Let's see. Flat 7 is B flat, and then B flat, that has to be minor, so it's D flat there. And now the chord progression goes something like that. And maybe that one's too not cool for you. Maybe you can just switch it to this cool major one instead. Maybe you like that one instead. And possibilities of this are endless. You could choose any of these. And I have written a piece that uses this extensively, just so you know. It's this one right here. Maybe you've heard it on my channel before. I don't think I have the chords still written out, unfortunately. But because modal interchange allows you to use any of these chords in place of any of these chords from different modes, you're going to run into some cases where, oh, I do have the chords written out. Look. See how this is just a very basic 1, 5, 3. It's like a, you know, it's a bass chord. What did I call it? Tension chord, bass chord, leading chord, tension chord, bass, bass, bass. It's just the same pattern over and over again. And then if I want to have some, you know, more funky colors, I can have, you know, a bass chord here, leading chord, tension chord, and this is this flat 3 here. It's part of this modal interchange chart here. You'll notice that there is a flat 3 chord here in Phrygian's mode that I've just stolen and used it basically as a tension chord. And it leads into a new key here. And by using different kinds of chords, you can think about them in terms of different kinds of keys, and they just lead into whole new keys. I know that was probably very poorly explained because I haven't like written this out or anything, but that's like the base of it, that you can use, because you can swap out any of these chords for any of these chords, you're going to run into situations where you'll find that some of these chords you can use as a turning point to other keys. And it's a very easy way to both create modulation, take the same old chord progression and just kind of change it up a little bit to make it feel different in certain places. You can use it to add interest to something that's otherwise pretty boring because, again, it's a very easy way. And you know me, I like to take the easy way out. It's inherently difficult to teach anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it in a way that's not like, that doesn't use like too musical jargon, you know, something that doesn't use too technical terms. I'm trying to give like a layman's explanation. But yeah. So when you think of chords, not in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but when you think of them in terms of tension and release cycles, that is, well, first of all, it's a simplification. You turn all 7 of these chords into just 3 different types of chords, and then you arrange them in such a way that sounds, you arrange them in such a way that creates a tension and release cycle. And then what you can do is you can go in and take some of those chords and replace them with other chords from different modes. So these are your different modes. You can replace them with any of these guys that fits into that tension and release cycle. And what you will inevitably get is you will get a chord progression that functionally is the same as the one you had before, but it has a different connotation to it, I guess. You use modal interchange every time you had a song that had a different loosen every time in different modes, especially the Phrygian one. Phrygian one is pretty cool. Now this is a very useful tool. I know it does look kind of overwhelming, but at the end of the day, it's just a chart, all right? Just focus on, you know, the numbers. There are Roman numerals, but, you know, the dash here, at least in my chart that I am using, that I picked from a Music with Miles video, who explains it infinitely better than I am right now, but he does it in kind of a jazzy kind of way, or I'm more like classical music focused, right? So that's my very quick explanation of that. And I guess just to prove even more that it just works, and I'll just like come up with something on the fly, I guess. I want just like a nice 5/7 chord here. And of course, 1 is a bass chord, but you can also, I'm gonna exchange it out with a 6 chord here, which are both bass chords. This 5/6 progression is very common, but you know how it is. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll want another bass chord here. I don't know, pick out a different one. Maybe I'll just go back to 3 here. Maybe a different kind of 3 chord would work here. We could try some of these there's a flat 3 major 7 in Dorian. What do I even look like? Okay. Please let me select. Please, MuseScore, you're the worst. Oops, wrong thing. I have like that, and then I think we could move to a nice simple 4 here. And then maybe something funkier, like, I don't know, a flat 2 seems pretty cool. And then have it maybe move back to 1. And I don't know, what does that even sound? What did I just create here? Not so sure about this chord. This chord needs a What chord am I trying to make here? I thought I needed B here. This... It's like a diminished fifth chord, which is a Phrygian chord because yippee for Phrygian. Actually, Phrygian is a B flat, which would make this I think it's a 5 diminished chord. Make the most anything work with smooth voice leading. Yeah. Alright, you know, what if I actually like was putting a melody over this, it might be a little easier when you're just writing chords out. It's a little funky. This chord progression, 3-1, is one of my favorites. It's a little unconventional though. I think 3-1 is a great progression. Especially if you have it on the inversion, by which I mean you have it playing on the 5th instead of the 3rd. Beautiful. Have a bad time putting chords into a melody. That's fair, but never fear, because you have the tension and release cycle on your side. Because as musicians, I bet you could probably just feel... You can feel when the melody is coming up to a tension point, and then you can feel when it's coming to a resolution point. At least, again, in functional harmony. Can there be drama this way, if that makes sense? What do you mean by drama? Okay, as I was saying, as musicians that are writing in functional harmony, you can just kind of feel when a cadence needs to be there. You can just kind of feel when the 5 is going to a 1. So I would recommend that you mark where those are. And those are usually after phrases, you know, like 4-bar phrases, 8-bar phrases. You can just kind of feel that unless you're Luto. I hope he's still here, so he heard me make fun of him. But usually you have like 4 or 8-bar phrases, and you can feel where that cadence is supposed to be, and then you can write around that, you know? It's where I struggle because I never feel like the image in my head. Dang. 3-1's kind of a weird modified version of 5-1. Yeah, it is, but I'm just very fond of this. Let me go back to... I mean, we could just look at this, I guess, because this is like where I experimented with modal interchange in like a classical style, because modal interchange is like it's not really a new idea, but it's like mostly associated with like jazz, right? Because, you know, jazz is all about weird, funky chord changes and key changes. So I decided to try to put it in like a classical kind of style. And you can see here, if you'd notice, it's the same chords every time. They're just being played in different keys and being played in different modes. But it's the same thing. 1, 2, 5, 3 again. 3 is a tension chord. 1, 4, 3 again. A foundational chord, a leading chord, a tension chord, another tension chord, bass chord, leading chord, tension chord, bass chord, leading chord. It's just the same thing over and over. But because you're able, through modal interchange, to get all those different kinds of chords in different contexts, you can just kind of switch between them. It's those chord changes over really complex rhythm. So true. Save. Oh, this one, eh? Okay. Let's get back to this. You'll notice even here I have something that's very similar to this. Like, the progression starts on 5, which is kind of weird, but it moves to 4 to 3, so you can think of it as a tension chord to a leading chord, to a bass chord, and that sharp 4 diminished, it's just this chord. It's just the Lydian chord. Like, this is a 5 chord, which is simple. This is E flat major, so it's a B flat major chord. Then it moves to a C Lydian chord. I literally looked at this chart and just put that right here. 3 chord, 4 chord, 5, minor 5 chord, and minor 5 shows up in a lot of these modes. Major 2 shows up here in these modes. All that kind of good stuff. So I've used it here just to get this chord progression to be cool, I guess. It's modal interchange is borrowing chords. Yes, that's the whole idea. That's why they're also called borrowed chords. Anyway, I brought up this chart here, not this chart, this chart, so I could see if the trombone was going too high. We could see sharp 4 as a substitute secondary dominant to 5. I mean, you're right, but I don't like that you are. Okay, Orbo, you're a little too much right now. It's kind of hard to hear the horn. What will I do about this? Like, it feels like it's just kind of buried away. I mean, you can hear it obviously, but it's like buried away. Like you can not hear it all that much. And what I'm gonna try to do is just kind of put a flute up in an octave higher, see if that helps. Sharp 4 dominant to the dominance? Maybe, that's not how I thought about it, but it might be. Maybe swap you out for trumpet. Okay, that doesn't sound good at all. Trumpet and flute are very different. Let's try these guys playing together. I just really like the trombone playing it, but that's super high. You could have trombone and horn, I guess? Circle of fifths. Yeah, actually. I don't have a circle of fifths chart on here. I guess I should. But yeah, anyway. Oh, this is the alto clef. So this note is G, G, A. No. Yeah, because this is G. After G is A, B, C. Okay, so hold on. Where's trombone? What's the highest note here? It's a B flat here. So I guess that would correspond to this note right here, which is, according to Rimsky-Korsakov, very frequent. So it's probably fine. Piccolo, trombone, instrument switch, maybe. Alto clef is the most sensible of all the clefs. You know, I don't really read alto clef that much, but I'm kind of inclined to agree. The tenor clef, though, we don't talk about the tenor clef. That perspective on the alto clef I can respect, even though maybe I don't agree, but like the tenor clef, I think we can all agree is just the worst clef. It's so bad. Not only does it just look bad, but it just is bad. Unbelievable. Take that, tenor instruments. Try this instead. Just lowering the dynamics here. Maybe a combination of flute and oboe. Or no. Oboe and clarinet. try the E flat clarinet playing this part. Here, just play it like a consistent mezzo forte. That's good. And then I'm going to have oboe play this part an octave higher. Okay, you're too loud. Hold on. Mezzo piano. Thank you. I'm going to boost your volume. Replace you guys with kaboom. And replace you with, no, not triple F, just double F. Don't want to give too many Fs, or else I'll run out. No, 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 I don't like this. I like this. Not that. I like that. I don't like this. I like this. Okay. The trombone is just really quiet here, and I guess I could just... I feel like it should be able to shine through easily. I'll boost this volume a tiny bit, I guess. Be loud and proud, you're a trombone. And again, I prefer doing oboe. I guess it's just a setup we had before, but after all that experimentation, I realized that I just liked it the way it was, so hooray! I'm gonna remove English horn. I don't want too many instruments on my screen at once. It'll be too scary. Too scary. Just sforzando on every note. That's crazy. Sforzando, accent, forte, piano on each note. Why does it feel faster than before? I don't know. I don't even know how that would happen. I regret turning you up now. It's already at, by the way, 48 BPM. This thing is slow. I mean, it's largo affettuoso, but still. Still haven't decided on who gets to play this. Try bassoon doubling it an octave lower. Closer to what I want. Wait. Wait, I know the saxophone sounds in Muse are super loud, so I'm gonna preemptively turn them down. Okay, I'm not able to hear that secondary part. Hold on. Ooh, that soprano sax doesn't have enough power for that note. The flute is much more powerful. But I feel like we were onto something here. Let's bring back... Oh, whoopsies. Deletes. Bring back the English horn. Get over here, cor angli. And I'm going to put you here, but an octave lower. Mezzo forte. I'm going to have you in bassoon an octave lower. Why is this so loud? I need you to shush. Saxophone jump scare. So true. Too bad though. I think... what do I think? I think this isn't good. I need something else. Maybe trumpets, but like soft trumpet, you know, nothing too loud. What did I just say? This trumpet is so loud compared to everything else. I mean, I know it's a trumpet, but you know, that's okay. I guess it's my fault for saying, oh, I hope the trumpet's not too loud, and the trumpet's too loud. Well, it's because it's a trumpet. Wow, big discovery, big whoop. I feel like it just needs some brass mutes, also an option. Yeah, but not really the sound I'm going for. I need something a bit more languid. And what would that even look like? I have an idea. I think the solution is always just more clarinets. This feels good. Yes. Maybe have this and okay, that's a little generous. Hold on. Double with flute, I guess. Better. What if I have high flutes? I might have to replace with piccolo, but still. And also make you a bit quieter. It needs like a... it needs something else. Like... It feels like it needs something bassier to kind of complement it. This is kind of weird. Look at how much space there is in between these notes. What instruments? What instruments? Who gets to play this? I don't know. I don't know. Clarinet and English horn together with flutes. I don't know, man. No, but there's not enough high end. That's a forte. Normal forte. Get rid of this guy. This thing here, put it on English horn. Oh, it needs something else. But what is that going to be? Instruments can you play? I can play the piano. That's kind of it. upper range tuba, clearly. Wow, so creative. How about trumpet, but like quiet? Try. Okay. Okay. Upper range tuba is very beautiful. You know, I agree. But this might be a bit too upper range. Section filter, get rid of, and usually if I have to, like a quote-unquote upper tuba part, that's what I use a euphonium for, so, you know, figures. But I guess I haven't put a euphonium in here, so. If I maybe move this to horn. Okay, that's actually just way too high. I want this melody here to go in tuba, but like a little lower. And I realize I got rid of the other half of the melody, which is really dumb. Come back here, please. Thank you. But who's gonna duet with the tuba then? Trumpet certainly can't go that low. Bassoon! Save us, bassoon. Please. Bassoon, you have failed me. I guess the tuba will just have to play that high for now. It just sounds like a horn now. Also, that sounds awful. Bassoon, in fact. It's not the tuba that sounds, it's this that sounds awful. But then who's gonna play it? And since clarinet is so darn quiet, you just boost up. And you go here. You go here. Okay, so we have clarinet and oboe. Maybe bassoon and oboe instead. That's a bit high. Do that. Entering the 2025 Spring Composition Comp. I didn't even know such a thing existed, so no. I guess. Let's have... Ooh, whoopsies. This and that. Try this. Kind of violating the natural order here, though. If I had instead this played by the flutes, this played by the oboe, this played by the clarinets. But I much preferred... I think maybe this would work. I feel like there needs to be some kind of like brassy component here that like kind of ties it together. Have an E flat above the bass staff. Like that. That's pretty high. How high does this sound go? Okay, wait, this is just kind of crazy. What do you mean C flats? C flats, C flats. That's pretty high though. Put you... Put you on... that's too high. Put this on trumpets. Put you also on trumpet, but like... But also like quiets. Oh, oopsies. Try trombone instead. Remove flutes. And then do that. Oh. Do that. Oh, whoopsies. I know that might be a bit high, but I guess I could just have English horn be third oboe. Have you guys both play this. Have you be doubled by a clarinet for each part. Have you play slightly quieter. You play loud. You play slightly quieter. I don't like that. I don't like it. What about violins? Help me, save me. Nope, 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 nope. I'm bringing the saxophones back. They're back in town. Oh wait, they're gonna be super loud, aren't they? Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe that's a bit high. Try this. Closer. Try this. This is 3 octaves now, but... No, tuba just sounds kind of goofy here, unfortunately. Here. Delete that. So currently it's oboe, oboe, saxophone, saxophone. How about instead of this low saxophone, we have horn? What about clarinet instead? But you need to be louder. Okay, so I'm going to have that. I need something a bit... that might be too bright. How about... What about just clarinet? Oh my gosh. How about clarinet and saxophone only? Hold on, I need to have a think about this. Instead of just trying random stuff and inevitably all of them not being what I want. Thank you for the stream. You are very welcome. I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. Okay, this is... I'm getting like closer to what I want, but like somehow simultaneously farther every time I try something different. This is... This is the closest I've gotten. Something about this oboe sound just feels really goofy. Hold on, let me switch it out for something else. Like this one. No, not what I want. Try. Have you heard Azaro's music? No, and I probably said that wrong, so clearly not. This is not what I want. I'm going to look at the chart I made earlier. I'm going to see my very good names for stuff. This here, the thing I looked at the beginning of the stream that like shows how different composers did different chords. I feel like I need to look at this again, particularly some of these later ones. Maybe something kind of like how Mahler orchestrated this chord here. What happens if I get rid of the strings, or do like these strings? So how did he do this? I think it's just because I'm here. The chords are missing a lot of bass. So I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of put this in tuba. Iffy about that, but at least it did help the bass here. So the way he made such a thick sounding chord, may I screenshot? No, go. That's exactly why I made this. Is so that we have like a nice reference chart. I love reference charts. Go ahead. But this here, I arranged them by chronological order, by the way. So we have, you know, Beethoven. We have like, you know, I added this one today, Verdi. And then, you know, Brahms and Mahler here at the very end. They all play G major, so you can kind of like compare them to each other. Anyway. Excluding the strings, because here the strings are playing the chords, at least for now. The way he did this, achieved this. Most of the harmony is in the trumpets, not in like the horns, not even the trumpets. That's how he got that like bright sounds. And then the oboes are like extending the trumpets, see? This note that's like more difficult for the trumpet to play, the oboes take over. As well as clarinets supporting the oboes, making them sound louder because they're woodwinds, they need a little bit of help. Wonder how you made it. This is just musical again. I could write notes anywhere. I just like, I picked up all these, or most of these examples from Samuel Adler's Study of Orchestration book, which I have on my desk right now, actually. It's sitting right next to me. From my local library. Yay, everyone go to your library. So I got most of these from there, and some of them I just like looked up examples and I just wrote them down. So yeah, uh, trombones and horns are playing the same thing. Trumpets are playing the main chords. Clarinets and oboes are helping out. Flutes are playing the high end here. And it's interesting that the piccolos, by the way, 2 piccolos, 2 flutes, 4 oboes, 3 clarinets, 2 bassoons. Bro, Mahler was on some stuff, but anyway. I'll try and kind of steal what he did here in order to... And maybe to thicken up this chord, I'm gonna have to write like, you know, like major thirds over this or something. So let's put you in here and I'll solo the oboes, the solo oboes. And oh wait, hold on. Let's write like an octave below, maybe. Not an octave, a third below. Ah, but that's just exactly what this is. I already wrote that third part, never mind. But then like, maybe I need like another other part, like... Hold on, that's not completely wasted. Hold on, that's this. See how this is like... Let's solo this clarinet too. What's that? Clarinet 2. There. See how it has playing like a 4th there? That could probably be like improved by adding like G here or something. Just need to thicken up the harmony a little bit so I can work with this. But since this is the lower end, I'll make you mezzo forte. Or actually, in fact, because of reasons, I'm going to swap you out here. These are all moving down a 4th. That's probably not a good idea. There's already 3rd on its own. That's probably good. Okay, I'm going to ignore that for a sec, because there's like a key change there, whatever. I'm just going to take what I've written so far and kind of apply this kind of pattern to it. This Mahler pattern that I took here. So what, here, let's start back to basics first. First of all, trumpet 1. We'll have many trumpets playing this part. Here, we'll just have trombone fill in this. Okay, maybe not forte. A little quieter. Okay, you know what? I think I actually need another trumpet. This is just like a test though, so I'm not sure if I'll keep it, but slide trumpet, Baroque trumpet. Wow. Oh no, just normal trumpet, or B-flat trumpet. Add this legato marking, because why not? I realize now that's pretty high. I'm gonna lower this. The trumpets don't really overlap with the trombones all that much, but here, let's do this now. So now we're gonna have this part be played in the clarinet. This part also be played by clarinets. Both of these parts, here, I'll just do like the first part of it. These parts both in oboe. Also an octave up, forgot to mark that. This part here played by flutes. That's a bit too loud in the trumpets. I'm gonna turn them down. I'm going to turn the flutes up. Okay, the chords I wrote don't necessarily fit, but I think you kind of get what I'm going for here, right? Trying to emulate that Mahler sound. What else did he do here? There's like intermediate steps he also had. He uses a lot of doubling, I noticed too. Lots of doubled instruments. Cool wind symphony piece. Wow. That is very cool. Okay, hold on. Before I move any further, I actually want to correct that weirdness in the melody there that I heard. That sounded really strange. It's like a non-chord tone or something. Play loud, please, for this. What chord is this? So 5 to 1. It's a C minor chord. Okay, so if we have that, I'm going to have this be doubled by a trombone. I'm going to have this, just the first part, don't get too overzealous now. This part be doubled by a horn. Just remove these for now so I don't have to worry about it. But the trumpet also plays the higher parts, so this main melody. Mahler does use 4 trumpets. Just for this like experiment, I will use 4 trumpets. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have all these guys move down here. I'm going to have the lowest trumpet part also be the highest trumpet part, right? This lowest trumpet part I'm going to double with the trombone. The second lowest trumpet part I will double with the horn. Also this lowest trumpet part I will double with another horn. Right. And then the second highest trumpet part I will put in clarinets. But yeah, no. Wait. Do they mix sometimes? Yes, I'm just leading by example very crappily here, hoping it turns out nice. This and this. I don't know why I copied the whole thing. I don't want the whole thing. Just a little snippet of it. This guy here. This guy here. And this guy here. All of those guys. All 3 of those in all 3 oboes. This guy and flutes. 2 flutes. This is a lot of stuff, but I want to see just what it sounds like. 3 oboes too much. Yeah, but hold on. Maybe this sounds awesome, but I don't know yet until I play it. I think it's kind of the fault of some of the weird notes that are in there. Otherwise, I think it kind of works. a note here feels wrong. I feel like this A needs to resolve to a B flat or A flat to B flat. The same thing here. Maybe this just needs to be held. This like C here. Instead of going back down to A, that feels a little weird. Maybe just hold C. That feels a little bit better. Oh man. I just feel like I can't really get this right. I mean, even after I did that, I'm still... Maybe it's just because some of these instruments are quiet. I'm gonna boost the volumes of some of these. They're all playing at like a mezzo. Let's bring out the oboes. Maybe have a flute be even higher, but quieter. I was thinking that it was the sound I had before was too grand, or not grand enough. Now it's too grand. I'm going to resolve this by removing some of these parts here. I'm going to remove the low trumpet parts, and I guess also the trombone. Wait. that's much closer to what I want. Hold on, I'll explain my thought process in a second, but I just want to get this right first while I'm still on this. Actually, instead, swap this out for piccolo. Let the oboes come out a little more. Let the clarinets come out a little less. Maybe not trombone here. Might be a little bit too brassy. Swap you out for like bass clarinets. A little quieter, please. Oboes be the loudest. Swap out this weird oboe sound for something else. Just go with the muse one, I guess. Which the oboe and muse is kind of weird, but whatever. There you go. That's what I wanted. That's the sound I wanted. Something that's very grand, but nothing too grand. Okay, so let me just explain exactly what has happened. So what I was doing is I was kind of experimenting before with just kind of doing different combinations of instruments, right? But I was like, everything here feels a bit too thin. Just like combining instruments together feels a bit too thin. So what I did is like, okay, how do I thicken the sound? Well, let's look at how other composers thicken the sound. I looked to Mahler here because he has a very thick sound. The way he did that is that he has a bunch of like harmonies stacked on top of each other. Like older composers, they had like they had harmony, but it wasn't as like dense. You can hear Beethoven's chord there; it's not very dense. Mahler's chord, in comparison, extremely dense, right? And I'm like, okay, let's try to thicken up the chord a bit. So I added a bunch of trumpets. I doubled the oboes and clarinets together and stuff like that. But I did that. You watched me do that. And that was too much. That was too grand, too much for what I wanted. Then I'm like, okay, I mean, it's closer, but like somehow I need to find a middle ground between that too thin and too thick. Then I remembered the example right before was a chord by Brahms in Symphony No. 3. And the way he alleviated this thickness is by writing an open harmony. So what I did is that I just spread out all of the melody lines. So here there's like a bigger gap here, there's like a major 6th gap. And by doing that, it's both grand, but also very open, right? And that's exactly what I wanted. There you go. That's what I want. Okay. Clarity and expression of the section. Totally get what you're thinking now. Yeah. like this clarity part kind of precedes this very brassy part, right? It's after this very dark brassy part. And I'm a little afraid now that I wrote all those instruments that'll be like way too loud after this thing, but I guess we'll see. I think we can do this. See, I have all these rests here because they're wind instruments and I give them place to breathe, but like, it feels really empty now, like when they just stop playing. So it just feels empty. I mean, I could like do that and then just like put slurs in so they have like a moment, but like if I just like ignore that and just like, you know, do like this. Welcome back. Let's get rid of this. This note can be extended though. See that, like, that rest there felt so awkward. Like all the instruments pause here. Okay, you know, I'll just add the rests later. For now, I just want it to sound good. All the instruments here playing D get extended. That's a bit better. Okay. So now that we have that, I just want to make sure all these guys are balanced together. I'm thinking of like moving these trumpet parts to bassoon instead. An actual trumpet might be a bit too loud here. I did introduce saxophones, but probably not those guys. Maybe try, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Press feels more awkward from a composer's perspective, points out how, from a listening perspective. I see. Maybe. I just thought like, there needs to be a continuous motion. So some instruments can play, there needs to be some rest somewhere, of course, so that the melody has a chance to like lift and like come back, but I feel like there needs to be like okay, wait, hold on, I'll explain myself later. I really have to go to the bathroom right now, so I will be back. See you in a bit. Okie dokie, sorry about that. I mean, no, why am I sorry? Screw you. I'm going to the bathroom. Right. What was he doing? Blah, blah, blah. Fixing this, trying to see if I could fit bassoons in here somehow. Right. Okay, so how about... we have... I don't think bassoon can play that high. I mean, I think it can, but I won't be very happy about it. So... I guess I did add saxophones here. Try this. Chopin pronounced the French way isn't right. How do you pronounce it then? That's like... hold on. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Oh, I did spell his name right. Wow, I didn't think I would actually get it right. Hey, wait a second. Francois. Oh, he French-ified his name. I see, I was like, why? This name is very French. And I'm like, oh, it's because he changed it. He's so sad. Why is he so sad? I mean, I think he has reason to be sad, but... how do you say this name? Google Translate, help me. Don't actually translate it, I just want to hear how it says it. Where the heck is Polish? Here.
Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin.
What?
Fryderyk Franciszek.
Frederick. Is that a tapped R or?
Fryderyk.
What is that like R sound?
Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin. Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin.
That's not a rolled R, is it? It's like something else? My approximation is just like a roll. It's like a rolled R. Frederick Franz Chopin.
Frederick Franz Chopin.
Wow, English Google Translate does pronounce it as Chopin, but probably because it was trained to do like that name specifically. Frederick Franciszek.
Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin.
Franciszek. It's not voiced. Franciszek.
Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin.
Franciszek Chopin.
Fryderyk Franciszek Chopin.
Chopin. It's still it's still Chopin-ish. Put it through Japanese. You're so right. Hold on. Japanese. Where is it? Japanese.
フレデリック・フランツ・ショパン。
Fair enough, bro. Close to tapped. Frederick Franciszek Chopin. Okay. I mean, of course, I don't know all, like, I am completely untrained in Polish phonemes, but yay. Cool. Whoa! Look at that signature! What is this thing over here? It's probably just a fancy decoration. I wish my signature... is that really what a signature looked like? Your N could use a little bit of work, but looks more like a U. Shop you. But maybe he did that on purpose. Sick tag, so true. Very cool. Do any of you write in cursive, like, actually, like, in, like, what's the word I'm looking for? In earnest. The Bach family sign? No, hold on. Bach. Wow. Can't really read that, but I'm not really gonna blame Bach's penmanship here. I'm sure it looks fine, but probably the ink like spread out a bit, so it made it a bit weirdly thick. Sometimes if I'm in a rush, but my cursive is pretty dreadful. Writing cursive on Microsoft Word. So true. His design. What do I have to look up? Like Bach family seal? Or this? It's like his coat of arms. Why are they all there? You can get it on a greeting card. The Bach family crest. This one doesn't look real, actually. Is this actually the Bach family crest? Or am I like... No. Wow. What? Cool. It's JSB. Oh, it is. It is here. JSB. And then like a couple lines through it to obscure it. Huh. Wow. I guess that's how you... Yeah, it does say Johann Sebastian Bach. It's just obscured by all the other lines. It's all... I think it's also JSB backwards here too. You can see the J, backwards S, backwards B. Huh. Drew it himself. Yeah. Maybe I should have coat of arms. I'll make my own coat of arms. What is Martin Luther doing here? Get out of here. Alright, cool. Maybe I'll get Bach's family crest. Someone got it tattooed. Sure. The body art of Fugue. Cool. That's a lot of cool stuff. I want to draw my own thing. But yeah, I write in cursive in earnest. I started journaling recently. Because recently I went to the mall and I went... Hold on, let me be frank with you for a second, because my leg is a little sore right now, probably because my legs are crossed. So I'm probably cutting off the circulation to one of them right now, but whatever. I went to the mall recently and I went to Barnes and Noble and I'm like, ooh, they have pretty journals. Because I kind of stopped going to Barnes and Noble or like bookstores in general after a while, but I went to get some funky journals there. I went there to get those and I got the fanciest looking ones there were. They're like leather bound and like have some gold like leaf on them. Not like actual gold, of course, but like it looks like that, and they're very fancy looking. And I wanted to get the fanciest looking one, so like it would look nice on a shelf, right? All the some of the other ones just have like, you know, like paperback like prints on them, and I don't really like those that much. Those don't feel too good. Like those won't look too good on a shelf, you know. Etsy has some good notebooks. They do, and there are some like small businesses that kind of specialize in selling paper and notebooks, but just because I was at the mall, I got some from Barnes and Noble, and I started writing in them, and it's the most pretentious nonsense you've ever heard in your life, but that's what the journal is for, you know? So none of you have to hear it. Oh well. Should go to Hobby Lobby more. Yeah. How Beethoven sometimes signed in Italian, making him Luigi. What? I've gone to Hobby Lobby to get fake flowers, like faux roses and flowers and stuff. And you would be surprised how much a little bit of fake flowers goes. It goes a long way. You can put them on anything, put them in your hats, put them on your desk, tie them to like a string or a wire and just hang them around. Like they're just so nice and they're so simple. Just like little fake flowers that you can put anywhere. You can put them on your shirt, make them into a little wristband if you get small ones. Like, and they look nice because they're flowers. They look great. I think flowers belong everywhere. Maybe make a bookmark out of them. Get like a tiny one and like tie it to a string. And make horrible Christmas decoration. Well, maybe, but like, you know, just like as a general decoration, I mean, as like a normal decoration that you just put around the house. Kind of like, you know, how like it's kind of like a trendy nowadays to like hang fairy lights and leaves and ivies in your room. I think it looks great because like natural looking, right? Same with flowers. I don't know if people do flowers. They just have like aloe vera. That's not a flower. But yeah. As for my journals, again, the most pretentious nonsense you ever heard in your life. And it's just a bunch of weird takes about the universe and how it works. And also, it's probably not right, because of course it's not. But, you know, somewhere to put down your thoughts. And it's a lot healthier than looking at YouTube. So, you know, might as well write in a journal. And it helps your penmanship, because I write in cursive and I use a pencil because sometimes I change my mind, right? And I don't want to like cross it out. I'd much rather just erase. But that does mean my hand hurts after a while. Aloe does flower, most people's don't. I see, I see. That's what like immediately after I said aloe is in a flower, I was like, well, it might be, but I just never seen it. Kind of like how I didn't know that potatoes and carrots had flowers until I was older. It's like, wow, they do. I just never see that part of it, you know? Okay. Delete. Had corn going in my bedroom. Wow. Corn is delicious. I love corn. I had barbecue today. Not with corn. I had a lot of mac and cheese. I had good mac and cheese. I have barbecue. Very good. But very filling. I wish I had a bigger appetite. I have a small appetite. It's both a blessing and a curse. Trust me. Okay. I mean, that's kind of rich coming from me, but... Okay, I'm not gonna lie, these clarinet sounds are kind of goofy. The Muse clarinets are kind of trash. I want to change them. I don't have very many sound packs, but... yeah, that has a much cleaner sound. Better. This note feels wrong. I mean, I guess it does modulate, so it might feel better afterwards. Been using VSTs and MuseScore lately, which has been a big improvement, even if I'm not entirely convinced by all of them. Like that Scarlatti crash, so true. I feel like what note this becomes depends on what comes after it. Also, do I even want to keep this saxophone here? It's kind of blending in, right? Like it's kind of like a sneaky saxophone. You can't really hear its presence, but that's kind of the point of the saxophone. Like its original intent was to be a blending instrument, right? So figures. Save intervals, Giorno's theme. Oh my gosh. Perfect. All right. Hey, we found a use for saxophone in the orchestra that isn't being part of a jazzy sounding piece. Very cool. Do I want want to keep horn and trumpet here? Yeah, sure. Okay, so first of all, I need to... Oh, okay. So if you didn't know, this piece is an extension, not an extension, it's a revision of one of my old pieces, which is this one. And I'm just reworking it because the original was for concert band and it's the first piece I ever wrote for a large ensemble. So it has a bunch of bad stuff in it, but if saxophone really lived up to its original purpose, didn't it? Well, yeah, it was built for it, so it works just fine. It's like, I don't really want a bassoon here, but a trumpet is too loud. I really wish there was an in-between instrument that was part woodwind and part brass instrument. If only someone would have invented something like that for orchestra, and if he did, I sure wish that composers would have used it. So, the guitar would rock, it was originally a background instrument. I guess, yeah. Because the main instrument that everyone was focused on was Elvis Presley's hips. Everything else got kind of put in the background. Okay, anyway, you are... a guy named Sax or something. Yeah, maybe he named the phone after himself. Okay, hold on, let me get rid of this here. Okay, so this is the original. You can see there's like more stuff here. It's also, I mean, it's like, yeah, here you see, it's 3 minutes long, almost 4, but you can just kind of fit the whole thing here. And look how slow it is too. It's very slow. So this is where the melody, like the main melody comes from. So I'm just gonna come back here and like, also look at these dynamics. Beautiful, right? Very good. Very, very good. I'm going to steal this here. I'm just going to alter these dynamics so they don't suck. Because these dynamics, oh my gosh, please don't do that. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Adolf Sax, yeah. Inventor of the saxophone. Very cool, right? Funny how that is. And then you are like... Oh, whoopsies. You're playing this part, but in forte dynamic, and also an octave lower. Oh my gosh. You are playing the same thing as this guy, but also an octave lower, but quiet. Okay, wait, let's focus on this part here. Let me just finish putting all the parts in. Just so we can kind of hear. Okay, and now things need to kind of die down a bit as we get to a lower part. So I'm going to move this to mezzo forte. I'm going to move you to forte. You can go to piano and then back here. That's pretty high for the oboe, but whatever. I'll probably swap it out for like a clarinet or something, but for now this is what we get. Okay, wait, hold on. This is part of the new melody. which is not what we want. So I'm just gonna do that. Have you decrescendo here. You guys will have to move to pianissimo. Quiet. You'll have to move back up here for, oh my gosh, for the swell here. I'll move you back up to piano. And you guys will be quiet. And bass clarinet just kind of stays piano the whole time. No, it follows the dynamics of its big counterpart, which is the piccolo. Gonna put in my hairpins here. Man, I wish music score was faster and would register my inputs faster, but whatever. Wait, forgot to add it for this clarinet too. And I'll decide if this needs to be even quieter. Kind of lost some of its richness when this part went away. I'll just have to write this part in. What chord is this? It's a flat 7, so this is an F major chord. That's what I thought, because I felt like this wanted to resolve up. Yeah. What's the difference? Maybe you need to watch the Rhett and Link epic rap battle. The nerd versus geek video. That's like my favorite video on the whole internet. I am a nerd. Oh, whoopsies, whoopsies, whoopsies. And then this chord here, I believe, is like a really different chord. Has like it's a 3 chord. So this is the key of G major, so it's B major. So that's B, D sharp, F sharp. And then it's 6 major and then 6 minor, which is E major to E minor. Okay, and then it actually needs to fade out here, but I haven't done that yet because we don't have anything else after this. But that means that this is mostly done. So what I'm gonna do first is add the dynamics in, at least add the hairpins in. I can swap out the dynamics, but the hairpins gotta go in. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. You go to mezzo piano. You also go to mezzo piano. You go up. You go down. Kaboom. There you go. Awesome. So all of you guys get... Oh, none of you guys get swapped out. You get swapped out. Kapow. You get swapped out. Kaboom. As do you, but like an octave up. Same with you, but also an octave up. Your dynamics are also different. So instead of mezzo piano, you play forte. Here you play mezzo forte. Oh my gosh! Look how many instruments they're playing right now. It's crazy. Wait. That chord feels wrong. Why? This is a 4 chord. It's supposed to be D flat major. I think that was it. Those A's need, those B's need to be A's. Try raising this here. Japanese might become the de facto second language in the Western world. What? Not, I don't know, Spanish. Wow. Cool. Fun fact though, besides English and Spanish, the third most known language here in Texas where I live is Vietnamese. Pretty cool, right? And Vietnamese food is so good. Okay, I'm glad I got this melody all sorted out. I think it's still a little bit too loud. I need to lower the volume of some of these things. So first, I'm going to lower the volume of the brasses because they're brasses, and then I guess consequently the saxophones. You can still be kind of that. You should be quieter though, especially because there's so many of you playing. I need to like control this a little bit. So I'm gonna move you guys to down here, and we'll just see what this sounds like. I'm going to raise the volume of the brasses again, actually. I feel like it's starting to lose some of that heaviness it had, so let me do that. Okay, the actual brasses I will make quieter. The woodwind brasses, which are the saxophones, the bastard children, can be a bit louder. I think that'll solve that. Deaf to classical or romantic harmony. What, like you can't just write, you just feel like you can't write it? Or do you not like it? I definitely need to add slurs here. This is just a bunch of notes, but I'll do that in a moment. Maybe next time. For now, I just want to get the chords and stuff all worked out. Why is this so far? Why are you all the way over here? And P goes right here, underneath it. Boom. Okie pokey. I'm starting to wonder, like, what if instead of clarinets, I know this is me now experimenting again, which might end badly, but instead of clarinets, how about violins? Why not both? I really like the addition of the strings. Something feels really hollow there. I'm going to extend this note D here. And I'm really not satisfied with how these chords are written. Because I really like these chords and I'm really neurotic about getting them right, but my main problem is because the bass jumps around so much. Just notice this bass line here, it jumps around so much, it kind of makes everything kind of get in the way. I don't know, I feel like I might spend like an entire day, like actually just an entire day, just like obsessing over these chords until I get it right. Or maybe I'll just have to look back to the, let me have this open. Just look back to the examples that we had in our sheets, our chord sheet, right? And by the way, there was also a counter melody here I completely forgot about. Technically, there's a counter melody to this part that I wrote a while ago. Try putting that in clarinet 3 and see what that sounds like. I guess you can't really hear it, can you? Try putting that in oboe 3, maybe that would be easier to hear. No, when I click the F, that means you put the F. Yeah, it gets kind of buried away. How about I put it in the strings instead? I know the strings, I said they added something, but like if I get rid of them just for this and then like kapow. Maybe not forte. Let's just see how it sounds. And how about they play, I don't think, yeah, the violin can't go that low. I don't know if violin can go this high either. I mean, it can, but it won't sound very good, so. Let me try this. Maybe just one violin section. Two might be a bit much. Too loud. Or too loud, I say. Look at this fortissimo. Maybe mezzo forte instead. Saxophone in this orchestra, I thought it was concert band. I'm using saxophone the way that Mr. Sax intended it to be used, which is part of the orchestra as a blending instrument. And it works very, very well for this. But speaking of a musical joke, wow, take a look at this thumbnail on the stream you clicked. In the background, the music in the background is a musical joke. You can see the weird voice leading thing that's happening here. The thing about the musical joke is that, like, sure, some of the like more inner jokes kind of might like go over your head, but the piece just sounds really stupid in some parts, and like even if you don't understand the lick of music theory, there's still some parts that just sound really strange. And if you like listen to the whole thing, because there are some things that like if we listen to them now, like, oh my gosh, shush, like you like the first thing people will point out is like these uneven, that like uneven phrasing, how it's like 3 bars instead of 4, that our ears are not really trained to think of as weird anymore. But some of these parts are just really weird, like that right there where it's just like, you can imagine like just like a kid on the piano going dun 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 on the same chord. It just sounds so stupid. That part especially. And my favorite part is the cadenza. I don't know if you've ever listened to the cadenza of a musical joke, but here it is. Bum. So stupid. And there's also a part here. Let me see if I can find it. It's like very specific. I'm just pointing out all like the obvious bits. But of course, like to also look at this. Look, these are the horns. Look at how long the horns are holding this note. It's look at all those ties. Oh my gosh. Whole tone scale is obvious. Yeah, but like, since when is Mozart using the whole tone scale? And this this trill here of the horns, it's so stupid. What is that? And then the ending of the musical joke, of course. And then just ends like that. Bum bum ba. Like all the instruments' voice, they just cracked. It's crazy. But I'm a big fan of the musical joke. And like, it doesn't, it's fine, I guess, like as a piece. It's not really a joke more than it does just kind of sounds goofy. But of course, Mozart was a very goofy guy. But yeah, and like in the and also famously in the second part, in the minuto here, you can hear that the horns play just the incorrect notes. And this is the minuet part. In the trio part, because apparently like the story is that even though because the horns played such bad notes in the minuet part, they're actually completely absent from the trio part. Like look how there's an entire staff missing. The horns just go on break because they played so poorly. Kind of dig that harmony with the brass. It is cool, but like in the context of like Mozart's day, who's writing for, you know, like nobility, it was probably like, I mean, of course, it's probably just something he wrote in his journal and didn't actually share with anyone, kind of like Eine kleine Nachtmusik. But Mozart was a radical. Yeah, he was really cool. But in my opinion, like the first movement, especially, all the other movements are okay, but the first movement just sounds like goofy. And like by goofy, I mean like it sounds like a kid wrote it. It's like what a kid imagines classical music to be. Like it sounds fine. And this like trill that just keeps going on for no reason and doesn't like what is that? It's just so random. It's very something like Stravinsky would write, just random trills in places. It's just really weird. How about Lech min im Arsch? You know, maybe we won't talk about that one just yet. Not sure if that one has any musical jokes. That one's just kind of a joke. Anyway, back to my musical joke. Maybe I'll write a musical joke, but like, what would I even make fun of? I feel like if I tried to make fun of something, somebody would. It's kind of like those memes of like Dr. Dre cooking up an absolutely horrible beat. I don't know. Those are my favorite videos right now, and some people are like, but like you just know somebody like some white boy is just gonna go, well, Ashley, this is fire. I quite like this. Have you listened to Crude Amarilli? No, I have not. I like the musical joke. I'm a huge fan of the musical joke. I think it sounds funny and great. Like, it might not be like objectively by like the common practice standards good, but like that doesn't stop it from being catchy. I think it's great. Right. Chords. Lots of stuff. I mean, we kind of got done with what I wanted to do today. So, you just get to look at me. Where have I been for the past few days? Well, you see, I look a little different. If I can, pull back the curtain here, I, re-rigged my entire model from scratch. So, in the old one, you might have noticed that the hair moved. I mean, I don't really turn my head that much, but the hair movement was kind of weird, so I fixed that up. The face should move a lot more naturally now. Didn't really move very naturally in the old one. This will be the 7th time I've redone myself. 7 in live 2D. Probably closer to like 10 or 11 if you include like practice runs or something. I've done this a lot, but you know, I hold myself to a high standard of quality, I guess, so you can count on that. At least I try to. Like, you can see all my transitions here. They all have, like, they're all custom and stuff. I try to make it look all fancy. Not like anyone's actually looking at it. It's just for me. But I wish I'm glad I started doing these composer streams, because more other composers are like looking here, and some composer streamers are coming around too, and I can talk to them. We can talk about music stuff together. It's so cool, because I haven't had something like that in a while. I haven't had like streamers that share my interests that aren't like Minecraft. You know, need something a little different. And got an art commission. Wow, that's awesome. I consider doing music commissions, but I just haven't taken it. And also, I guess I should just say this on the stream now. I've been thinking about doing a series of streams where I, because for a while now I've been considering getting Fruity Loops, so I could produce dubstep, because I'm like in my new bro step phase and I really want to make my own. I'd love to release like an EP that's like half classical music and half dubstep. I think it'd be awesome. And maybe like a few like country tracks in there. Just something completely just like, it's like you mix chocolate and SpaghettiOs and that's what it will sound like. But dubstep was actually like dubstep and glitch hop was like a huge part of the music I listened to as a kid. And I'm like getting back into that now. I love it now that I'm older. Dubstep classical fusion. Well, like like Beethoven Fever or something. I feel like I could do a lot better. I feel like there are a lot of classical elements I could infuse in there. Stuff like fun scales or like chords that aren't just the same 2 chords for the entire track. But I really want to like hop on like Serum and make a bunch of cool growl sounds and stuff like that. I feel like that'd be really fun. I don't know how like invested I'd be in it, but like you don't know until you try. But dubstep, but we get functional. Yeah, functional harmony in dubstep. You already know that even though even when I make something like that, something stupid like EDM, I'll still be super neurotic about voice leading and stuff. It'll be so stupid. I don't know if anyone has ever thought about voice leading when it comes to dubstep, but I would be the first. And I also want to really try like, because something I noticed about dubstep in the modern like sense is like people stop doing dub production. People stop like taking vocals and manipulating them a bunch. They kind of stopped doing that. And I also noticed, it's something I complain about on my Discord server because I'm just a huge complainer, is that modern like music production has like a ton of reverb these days. You notice, you'll listen to like pop songs on the radio, they all have a ton of reverb now. And same as for like EDM, new EDM that comes out, there's like a bunch. Like I think it's because slowly everyone started, like as time went on, people started getting better quality headphones, and in order to advertise the sound quality of headphones, people just started adding reverb because it's like, wow, it sounds so real. But now like it's gone too far, and now there's just too much reverb for everything, and it's just something about it just all sounds so wishy-washy. DJ rock funk. I've made electronic music in the past. Wasn't very good, but I have done it. I've also made rock music in the past. I think I probably have a rock song saved on my computer that I did make. There's this one called 7 Hills. Let me open it. I don't know if I've played it a few times, but I don't think I've ever played the whole thing. It was like me screaming in a closet the lyrics. And I wrote this about the Aeneid, the like the poem by Virgil. It's called 7 Hills because of the 7 hills of Rome. And I've thought about like getting like a rock band together to re-record it, which is instead of just me plugging my guitar directly into my computer. I'm very proud of the lyrics in this one. Hangs over my head like a lover in bed, like a daisical in life, deified in death. Burden. I'm just recalling myself. Her hips eclipse my lips, I ain't dry. It's so stupid. But I'm just remembering like holding my phone with the lyrics on it, and then like stepping into a closet that I was in like my parents' house, and like holding a mic in one hand and just screaming and hoping nobody was there to hear me, hoping everyone else was like too far away or had their headphones in, so that they couldn't hear me screaming the lyrics, like the very obviously sexual lyrics here. And then my wonderful harp solo. She asked me to play this again, I could not. It is me on all the instruments except drums. I don't have drums, but it's me on guitar and harp and bass guitar. Yeah, I wrote that while I was still in high school. Pretty cool. But I never actually released that anywhere. It's just kind of been sitting on my hard drive. Listen to all new heavy metal. That's so fair. Yeah. Music I listen by Jove. By Jove! I said by Jove because Jove is another name for Jupiter. I could break down those lyrics because I don't know if any of y'all have read like the Aeneid, but it's full of Aeneid references to that poem because we read it in my Latin class, my AP Latin class. And by the way, I was the only this is gonna be such a stupid brag, but I was the only one in my AP Latin class that got a 5 on the AP test. Take that, idiots. Take that, Manu. I didn't think I'd get a better score than her, but sure as hell I did. But yeah, I used to listen to a lot more rock music. I've kind of fell out of that because I started listening to more country music. And hey, I have an excuse because I live in Texas. So if I don't listen to country music, I'm basically not a Texan. Stuff like, what's his face? Jimmy Wakely, Johnny Bond, Floyd Tillman, Hank Williams, if you know any of those guys. Some of my favorite folks. Not like the new kind of country. I can't even name any new country artists. But, they're like, oh, all they talk about is drugs and stuff. And I guess it's not entirely false, but I guess I would describe it as like Fallout New Vegas kind of country. That kind of country. That I'm a big fan of. New country just sounds kind of weird. Doesn't even sound like country music anymore, except I'll forgive Lil Nas X because he's cool. But everyone else, you're on thin ice. But my favorite rock band was always System of a Down. I'm a huge fan of System of a Down. My favorite rock band. Actually, no, not my favorite rock band. That goes to Kaleidoscope. But they're very different kinds of rock. One of them is psychedelic rock. The other is obviously new metal. Crooner country, is that what it's called? I mean, I guess yeah, you would call it like a singing cowboy kind of genre. I love it a lot. It speaks to me on a deep level as a Texan. I probably don't have the Texan accent as much as I'd like to have it. I mean, that's something I thought about. Like, one day I could just start speaking with like a hyper Texan accent, and like none of you would know. None of the new people would know that I'd never sounded like that before. It's weird how you can just change yourself, isn't it? Wow. It's almost like there's a whole book about this by several people, one of which starts with an N and ends with an E. But yeah. you could just change who you are right now. You could be a composer right now, but maybe you don't want to do that anymore. You just change and you become a novelist. An opera with a Texan accent in mind. I'm sure, like, I just haven't listened to enough opera, really. Give me California energy. Do I? What exactly does that? I was talking to Luto, my friend Luto, who is from California, and I'm from Texas, and we were talking about our differences, and I kept pointing out all of his little tics that, like, gave off to me that he was a Californian, like that the way he calls roads, like he calls different roads like the 5, the 45, the 405. That's so Californian of him, and I pointed it out to him. He was like, "Oh man, how did you tell?" It's like, that's just something Californians do. Oh man. Texans like to draw out their vowels a lot. I speak quickly. Just kind of, that's just me. I just speak quickly, so I don't really draw out my vowels a whole lot, but something about Texans I realized too is that they don't say their diphthongs. So that's how you get the southern drawl, is that they don't say the whole they don't say the whole diphthong. So a diphthong is like a combination of two vowels together, and Texans just don't say them. At least West Texans, where I'm currently sitting. That's that's what I get for talking to people on Discord that live in Dallas and Denton. Bleh. They have normal accents. No, it's okay. But that means I'm not quite as Southern as I should be. I should be more Southern. Super Southern. But man, my eyes are hurting. This sucks. Yeah, tomorrow will be Terraria. With Luto, we'll be playing on Master Mode. Unfortunately, I've never played on Master Mode. It's going to be difficult, but luckily I'll have someone there to help me, and I haven't played Terraria with another person in a long time. So I'm very excited for that, and hopefully it lasts more than like 2 weeks, because sometimes me and the boys get together and we play a game, but like we only play it for like 2 weeks and then it just ends. Like we played Stardew Valley for like 2 weeks and then we just stopped playing it. We played Minecraft for like 2 weeks and we just stopped playing it. I'm just like, man, why do you guys get bored of stuff so quickly? Unbelievable. Tried playing Terraria on mobile, the controls are so confusing. Bro, I tried playing Terraria on controller, and like the default controls for Terraria just screwed me the heck. Like it was like right or left trigger to jump or something, and I kept getting that wrong. And I kept pressing A, which was bound to something completely different to jump, because that's just what I'm used to, and it wouldn't jump because it's just the trigger button to jump, because that just makes sense. I don't play a whole lot of games on controller though. I grew up on keyboard mostly. I'm so good at typing now. You can hear my keyboard, which is just Cherry MX Blue switches. Sad. I've been meaning to get another one, but keyboards are expensive, man. So, I don't know. But still. Okie dokie. Oh, man, my legs are hurting. I didn't even do that much today. I don't know why my legs are hurting, but it's nearly midnight. Actually, no, it is midnight for me, so it's bedtime. Go to bed, everyone. Bye. Go brush your teeth. Get out of here. Go compose and go practice.